Pike does not win this, this is such a missed opportunity.
Yeah.
Oh, but he could even lose this. 98!
No, that's too much.
David, I don't know what to say.
I need a moment to recover from that.
This couldn't be right. Oh,
Whoa, Queen H1.
I'm out. I'm gonna see y'all tomorrow.
What a great move.
And then Rook takes G3 back. And the queen's trapped. That is one of the most amazing queen traps I've seen.
Oh,
Wait, B5. Oh my gosh. He's losing a piece. And look at him. He looks away. He can't believe it.
Oh my God.
Nihal trying to give checks, but actually now the pawn is moving forward. The pawn cannot be stopped. Bishop D6.
Oh, you win the time!
He loses on time.
What did we just witness? I think that White's position is about to collapse.
Yeah, but he sacrifices again, but
Oh
it's not a
my
sacrifice.
God.
It's a double attack.
Welcome everyone to the 2022 Junior Speed Chess Championship presented by SIG. I am Women International Master Aronyak, and today we have another match between two players that are just as ready as I am for an epic battle. So I can't wait to dive into this together with you guys. I hope you are all very excited. Let's have a look at the format of this event. So we have a time control. We have 3 different time controls in this format. It's a special format in the Junior Speed Chess Championship event. First, we're going to start with 5+1 lasting for 90 minutes. Then we have 3+1 lasting 60 minutes. And we finish off with a bullet portion of 1+1 for 30 minutes. And as usual, we have the person, if you win a game, you get 1 point. A draw counts for half a point for both players. Our matchup today is Nihal Sarin versus Aronyak Ghosh. You might know these two big names. They're very strong players. We see that Aronyak is still international master, but is probably not gonna be very long until he will have the Grandmaster title. Before we go to the predictions, we have insights that are provided by Chess.com. If you're curious about your own insights, you can look at Chess.com Chess Insights, which are very useful stats for your own games. But let's have a look at the insights of this match. We see that Nihal has played a phenomenal amount of games of 17,000 games, whereas Aronyak has played 2,000 games. It's still quite a lot, but it shows how experienced Nihal is. And we see that both players have an enormous accuracy of 85 and 86%. And what is really interesting to see is that Aronyak barely loses on the flag. He loses by flag 3% of his games, whereas Nihal loses by flag 14% of his games. So those are some phenomenal stats. And I'm really looking forward to this match because we might see very little flags actually, especially since it's a 5+1, 3+1, and 1+1 format. With those increments, it's going to matter a lot. Let's have a look now at the Smarter Chess predictions. The Smarter Chess predictions are brought to you by chessgoals.com. Here we see that, we see that Nihal Sarin is leading with a rating of 3,185, and Aronyak has 2,820. And as we see in the stats, we see that Smarter Chess is predicting a huge score for Nihal, 24-5. It's a very big score with a win probability of 94.6%. So I'm really looking forward to Aronyak proving Smarter Chess wrong and making this into a very exciting battle. We are gonna make sure that the players are ready to go. Don't go anywhere. Make sure that you're going to tune in. After the short break we have for the start of the first portion of the match, the 5+1. This is the 2022 Junior Speed Chess Championship presented by SIG.
Classified trading is a game really that you're playing with competitors and basically every market participant in the world. My path, I came in as a poker player, but I think that the main thing that everybody has in common is a sense of competitiveness and interest in gaming and strategy in general. Yes, you can actually use gaming skills for your career and for something to do on a day-to-day basis.
Did you know you can watch top chess events right on your phone? You don't even need to download an app. Just open any mobile browser and head to chess.com/events. You can see what's happening right now, check out top games, see results, and so much more. Try it for yourself at chess.com/events.
Susquehanna International Group (SIG) is one of the largest quantitative trading firms in the world. Using strategic games like chess and poker, SIG teaches new hires how to make positive expectancy decisions. SIG promotes a culture of reason, and gaming is a big part of that culture. Visit sig.com/chess to learn more and check out their open jobs. Very happy to have SIG as the main sponsor of the event. Welcome back, everyone, to the 2022 Junior Speed Chess Championship. And I'm very happy to announce that we're starting the games very soon. But before the game starts, let's have a quick look at the bracket of this event. You see that a couple of matches have concluded already. Yesterday we had Christopher Yu winning his match against Pragnananda, and he's moving on to the next stage in this bracket. And as you see, it's a single elimination bracket, so whoever loses is immediately out of the event. So yeah, let's move on to the match of today. We have Nihal Sarin against Aronyak Ghosh. The games are about to start. I hope you guys are all ready. I'm really looking forward to this match. We're going to start very shortly with the 5+1 segment. It's 90 minutes once again, so it's going to be a lot of games. We're in for a very exciting match. And the games have just started. Let's have a look. We have Nihal Sarin with the white pieces starting with 1e4. How is Aronyak going to respond to this? C6, the Karakan. Very solid opening choice. Knight of 3. Typically, d4 is the main move played. But here we see d5, and then there's a capture on e4, followed by knight of 6. The 2 knights attack. Queen e2. Now, if you play knight e7 here, this is falling into the trap of knight e6 checkmate. So I don't believe that's going to happen today, but it's a very common opening trap. And now we have the queens out in the center already. Typically, you don't see the queens being developed so quickly, but in this position, it looks perfectly fine. Bishop c4, just a natural developing move, preparing to castle. And perhaps we're going to see the d4 pawn, the d pawn push to d4, so the other bishop can develop as well. So let's see how Aronyak is going to respond to this bishop f5, attacking the queen. And funnily enough, as the queen will be moved, the most natural square for the queen is to go to e2, but the pawn on c2 will be attacked. Will Aronyak be able to capture that pawn? He goes for e6, the most natural move, because queen f4 was such a nice move that it was looking right at f7. So if the bishop would have disappeared, queen takes f7, and that would have been quite disastrous. So we see some developing moves. We see short castle, all right, rook e1. So the idea in this position, I would say here for white, is to activate the pieces, try to get some attack going on the king side, because there's not much going on the other side of the board. You can consider playing moves like b4, but at the same time, you'll be weakening a lot of squares, like the square c4, like the light squares will be a bit vulnerable. There's still a light squared bishop that is covering those squares, but ideally you would want to play on the king side or in the center. And in the center, you could play knight e5. That's a very logical and attacking move. Put this back. Knight of 6, and h3 is a good preparing move. Not only does it stop any bishop g4 in any time soon, it is also preparing a move like g4. We could see g4 happen anytime soon. Knight e5 has been played, and it's a good preparation to a move like g4. Nihal goes back to queen f3, making sure to get out of that pin. And yeah, so far both players are doing a great job setting up their pieces correctly. But who is gonna strike first? Bishop g5, pinning that knight on f6. That's a really annoying pin. Bishop e7, very logical move. But then knight takes f7. Knight takes f7. After king takes f7, there's suddenly queen takes f5, and the bishop is hanging. And not just the bishop, everything in a position will collapse, as there's also bishop takes e6, queen takes e6. The position is simply falling apart. Knight takes f7. What is a huge tactical blow. And how does Aronyak make use of this position? I don't think there's anything here for black. I would honestly already consider resigning here, because the position is falling apart. There's nothing you can have here. And yeah, there's no other compensation whatsoever. So he's spending his time here. You would say that you can probably consider moves like rook d7, just moving the rook away. But once again, this formation over here is not looking great. It is very vulnerable. There's many ways that white can make use of this position. You could even consider taking on e6. You can even consider sacrificing there. And because of the strong position of this knight, you have so many tactical opportunities. So I'm curious to see what Nihal is going to decide to play. Knight h6, what a move. Giving a check, not caring about the capture, because after taking, there's bishop takes f6, bishop takes f6, and once again, queen takes f5. So let's see, will he take on f6? Almost everything is winning. You don't even have to take on f6. You can also take on f5, and then you have bishop takes e6 at your disposal, and there he goes. Queen takes f5. And yeah, he has a phenomenal position, and I'm expecting resignation very soon. Obviously, it feels a bit too early to resign, but I am not seeing Nihal mess this up next couple of moves. And now there's also a checkmate threat on h6. The one way to deal with this for black is to simply retreat the bishop and allow the king to escape to e7. But you might guess already that that's definitely not the way to solve the problems. Is not making any sort of progress. If you have to stand on the same file as this rook, while this bishop is right looking at that rook over there, I think we're gonna see a resignation soon. Right now there's queen g7. Oh, there's already resignation, but the rook on c8 was hanging for free there. Now we move on to the second game. We see on c4, and we're moving on to the queen's gambit. Bishop e7, very solid approach. Not allowing bishop g5 move in this line. And we have some kind of London structure, but with the c4 move, it's a little bit different, way more aggressive than the normal London system. Knight bd7, a very solid approach. Let's see how Aronyak continues. I'm guessing he will develop this bishop to d3. He goes for h3 instead. Perhaps we're going to see a really aggressive approach to this position with g4. Let's see what he's going to decide to do. c5 is a very logical move, very aggressive, and very logical approach to this position. You want to develop this bishop from c8 at one point. Typically, you play b6, bishop b7, but there is absolutely no reason to wait with the c5 move in this position. c5 is, I think, very well timed. And let's see how Aronyak is going to respond to this. He's been taking a little bit of time in this position. Okay, he decides to take on d5. And then on c5. And now we're in an isolated pawn structure. This d5 pawn is an isolated pawn. And the way that it works is that typically when you have the isolated pawn, you want to have some attack going on your enemy's king so that, well, first of all, your opponent is going to be distracted attacking that pawn, making sure that you can capture it. And while they're attacking it, you're gonna go attack your enemy's king. But in this situation, it looks like the white king is very safe, and I don't see any trouble in the near future for that king. Now, at the same time, there is a really weak pawn on c3, so at least black has something to play against as well. But yeah, the d5 pawn will remain a weakness, especially since it's not able to move forward. And the reason why it's called an isolated pawn is because none of the other pawns are defending that pawn anytime soon. I mean, you don't have a pawn on the e file, you don't have a pawn on the c file, so that's going to make it very difficult to defend that pawn. And now with the bishop on b7, you see, it's looking right at that pawn. It is acting like a defender pretty much. It's not really an attacking piece, but obviously you want it to be an attacking piece. Ideally, you would want to open up that diagonal for the bishop. That's not going to happen anytime soon. Knight c5, at least the knight is going to be placed in a very nice spot. I'm expecting to see knight e4 very soon to hit on that pawn on c3. Knight d4 is a very nice move to put your knight in the center. Knight e4. Now, what is white going to do about that pawn on c3? You might want to consider playing c4, but obviously you don't want that because after d takes c4, bishop takes c4, we see that this bishop is coming back to life, and we do not want to allow that to happen. But what are you going to do about the weakness on c3? Let's see. Aronyak decides to play rook a3. And queen a1, what a really surprising approach to defend that pawn. Now, at the same time, you are threatening to play a5 and trying to open up the queen side even more. But it's a very original approach to defending this pawn on c3. I'm curious to see how he will continue after this. It's a very unusual way to defend your pawn, but it works. And at the same time, you're trying to prepare a move like a5. Queen e7, very solid approach in this position, just develop, and perhaps the idea is to put the rook to d8, and now a5. Here we see a5 is hitting on that pawn on b6, and basically if black is not going to do anything, we're going to see a takes b6, a takes b6, and then the other rook will be able to join the attack on that pawn on b6, and it will not be so clear for black what to do there. Especially since black will have two weaknesses now instead of one. Rook c7 is a very logical move, trying to stack on the c file to put more pressure on that pawn on c3. And now the pawns have been traded, and rook b1, there we go. Rook b1, very logical move. Now, would you consider playing rook c8 losing that pawn, but instead winning that pawn back. Not entirely sure if that's the way. I'm not entirely sure. Feels a little too risky. Queen f6, making sure that the pawn is defended, makes a lot of sense to me. And also at the same time, if you missed it, queen takes f2 was a threat. Okay, rook b5 hitting on that pawn, but the knight on d2. Is the knight going to capture the bishop? Now, you would say like, okay, I want to get that bishop. The bishop is attacking my pawn over there. But if you take that bishop off the board, knight takes f3, look how silly this bishop will look on b7. The knight will just simply go back to d4, and you're going to have a really hard time playing against that knight on d4. So let's see what Black is going to decide to do. I don't think we're going to see knight takes f3, but to me, it looks like a positional mistake. So I'm not expecting to see it. I can see it happen with the idea that you want to play d4 and open up this bishop, but otherwise, I don't see it happen right this second. So rook b5 was played, and now it's for Black to decide, what do we do? How do you defend that pawn on d5? Logical move would probably be rook d8, but feels a bit too passive, obviously. I mean, you have no choice really, but Nihal goes for knight takes f3. Very interesting decision. I'm curious to see what he has in mind after this move, and if he can make it work with this pawn in the center, blocking his own bishop. Knight takes f3. Yeah, knight takes f3 move. And there we go, d4. Just as I mentioned, this is why he wants to play knight takes f3, because d4, it opens up the bishop now. Nihal gives away the pawn for a lot of compensation, especially now this bishop on b7 is very powerful. And this knight is a really strong knight, really well placed. But what is it actually doing right now with the pawn gone from d5? It's not doing so much anymore. So I'm guessing we're going to see f3 because, well, it closes down the diagonal. But the knight, luckily for white, the knight is covering that pawn, because otherwise the bishop is right looking at that pawn to capture it. So yeah, this knight's in a really comfortable position, and I'm curious to see what white is gonna do now, because, well, Black is obviously going to do anything they can to put more pressure on the opponent. But yeah, so far so good. I feel like white is very solid, and it's looking very good for white. I mean, obviously they're a pawn up, but I feel like positional-wise as well, like they have a really comfortable position. They can move e4 whenever they want to, whenever they're ready. And now they're attacking the pawn on b6. And it's not so easy to defend that pawn. You can consider a counter attack like queen d3. There you go. I just wanted to say that because not only are you attacking this pawn, but you're also putting pressure on the pawn on c3. So now Aronyak decides to play queen e2, making sure that the pawn is defended, and he's offering a queen trade. Now, obviously, rook takes c3 is not a move that actually works, because queen takes, you're just simply winning the rook. So yeah, Nihal goes for queen g6, decides to retreat, because once Nihal trades off the queens, he'll have a much harder time trying to equalize the position. And with the queens on the board, anything can still happen. There's still room for tactics. Aronyak goes for queen b2, queen d3. We see a repetition that I do not think Aronyak is going to accept, but he might be concerned about the situation here. He plays c4. He's sacrificing that pawn, forcing the queen to take that, because the rook is attacking the queen now. And after queen takes c4, it's obviously going to be rook takes b6. And it's not so clear if there's still a lot of attack left for both sides, because, well, there's not many pawns left anymore on the board. All the pawns on the queen side will be gone. So let's see how it's going to work out for both players. Nihal's taking his time over here. He's probably like trying to decide like what to do here, because, well, queen takes c4. There's a reason that my opponent played c4. And maybe he's trying to figure out if there's more in this position. Both players around 1 minute on the clock now. Once again, we are in a 5+1 portion of the match. So it's a little slow paced at the start, but at the end, we have 1 second increment, and that will go really crazy fast. He decides to take on c4, rook takes b6, followed quickly after that. And now it's on Nihal to decide what to do. I mean, the logical move here seems to be queen c1 check to trade off the queens, and then make sure you can equalize the endgame. even though you're a pawn down, I feel like at this point it's one of the few chances you have in this position because White's king is so well defended, and it's really difficult for Black to break through, especially because of this pawn on f3, especially being defended by the knight. And you cannot do anything about this knight. The best you can do in this position is sacrificing the rook for the knight, but obviously that's just losing more material and most likely for no reason. So bishop d5, really nice centralizing move. And how is White going to respond? Now, White should be winning this position with very natural, clean moves, but it's not that simple. It's really simple to give away all the advantage you have here. There's only a few pawns left, so a tiny mishap, and we will be able to see a draw on the board. But for now, Aronyak is doing a wonderful job. Rook b5. He is probably trying to stack on the b file and then play rook b8. That would make a lot of sense. There he goes, rook b8. He's trying to trade down the pieces and get into a better endgame. Queen b1 check. Is there some attack going on here for White? He's trying to pinch those pawns so he could make room for his pieces to enter on h8, but the queens are off the board now. We're in a rook endgame with the knight against the bishop. Now, what is special about this position is that typically you would say that bishop and rook, they're working better together. Bishop is typically better than the knight. But in this position, because the pawns are on one side of the board, the knight is doing much better. But I have to say that in this position, the win is not so easy for Aronyak. It is very simple to play for both sides, but especially for Black, because you were just moving around left and right, and rotation g5, the pawn was captured. The pawn was captured. Bishop c4 was an amazing move. And I think we are going to see a draw in this position, and the rooks are traded now, and it is very difficult to lose this for either side. What a defense from Nihal in such a terrible position. Aronyak was doing a fantastic job, but Nihal was able to save that. And at the same time, as I said, you have to be really accurate in these kind of positions. You're a pawn up, but it's a really tiny pawn. You don't have a passer, you don't have a really strong pawn in the center. I mean, there was a pawn in the center, but you're not able to push it forward or to be aggressive with the pawn. And that is why Aronyak was not able to win that game. We move on to the next game. We see a Sicilian. Are you going to see the knight or perhaps the dragon variation? Let's have a look. Knight f6 is a very typical move to not allow any c4 move happen, because now you're almost forced to play knight c3. That is typically the idea of knight f6. But instead of playing knight c3, Nihal goes for d takes c5, capturing all those pawns in the center. And now the center is completely open. Are we going to see queen? Knight c6 was played, so I thought this was Black to move, but it is White to move now. So the idea here is that after d takes e7, queen takes e1, king takes e1, there's knight takes f2 check. And honestly, I was going to say you're losing the rook, but at the same time, you're attacking the bishop. So this could be a really interesting line for Nihal, but he decides to play c3, take it easy. No need to make things too crazy at this stage. Knight takes d6, very logical move. And the knights are placed in a funny way. You don't really see this too often, that the knights are standing next to each other. They're controlling a lot of squares. You have to realize that the knight is looking right there. I'm not sure if I can draw all the arrows in one move because they move on very quickly, but you have to imagine that those knights are controlling so many squares, so they can be really powerful over there. Knight e3 is a typical move. If you're seeing that, basically, if you go to d2, like, you don't really have so many squares to go to. So with knight e3, Nihal is trying to move the knight to c2, perhaps rotate it to d4, or maybe go to b5 and cause problems there for his opponent. So now bishop g7 has been played, very logical move. The bishop was going to be difficult to develop on this diagonal, which is why bishop g7 was played. It looks much more natural over there right now. And let's see, what is Nihal going to decide to play here? Is he going to move the knight around, or is he going to develop the bishop? I would say you would want to castle as soon as possible, but he goes for knight c4, and the reason why is, well, instead of moving the bishop, he wants to force the trade and then move the bishop right away, instead of wasting time and moving the bishop to e2 and then knight c4, and then the bishop has to move again after the capture. So That's why he was thinking for a little bit, and he decided to play knight c4. Okay, is Aronyak going for the trade? Is he going for the trade, or is he going to ignore it? I would say I would personally not want to ignore it. Okay, he ignores it instead. I would be a little worried about knight takes d6. It feels a little unnatural to me. You're perhaps having a lot of compensation. If you're gonna like lose a pawn, you'll have a lot of compensation with rook e8 check. But even then, you can simply ignore that, move on, bishop e2, castle, and yeah, black will be left with the weak pawn on d file. So I would seriously consider taking here on d6 and then simply develop with the bishop. And he goes for queen takes d6. He goes for it. The engine is not happy about this rook e8 check, as I mentioned, bishop e2 now. And there must be some compensation here for black, especially since the king is in the center. And the biggest problem in this position is that white can't castle. Because of the fact that the rook is looking right towards the bishop on a2, white is not able to castle. But after queen b6, white was able to consolidate queen d2, bishop e3, and now it's not so clear anymore what compensation Aronyak has in this position. So yeah, bishop e3, queen has to move, queen goes to a5, and after short castle, white has a beautiful position. The pieces are a little bit tied up together. It's not super clear where the pieces are going. It looks like black's pieces are still a bit more active, but white has this very healthy pawn that they're up. And yeah, we'll have to see where Nihal's pieces will go to. Maybe he'll consider trading pieces. That will definitely benefit him as he will get more space by trading pieces. a3 has been played to stop any b4 moves, making that bishop on g7 more strong. So now he goes rook d1. What is Aronyak gonna be doing here? Queen c7. Now we see a rook trade, giving Nihal a bit more space. And it's going to be really tough to defend for Aronyak. It's definitely a comfortable position here for Nihal, as he is a pawn up. And nothing much is going on, really. There are no real threats here. Black could consider moving the knight to a5, making use of the fact that the b3 square is really vulnerable. And there you go, knight a5 has been played. And rook d1 has been played after that. Rook e8. Now, white has a really nice d file, has the really nice control over the d file. Aronyak decides to go for knight c4, and Nihal takes that knight off the board. But now I'm a little worried about the pawn structure on the queen side, not only for black, as the two pawns are very vulnerable, but also because the pawns over here can't move whatsoever, especially the two pawns on b2 and c3. The c4 pawn is stopping both pawns, and black could definitely start some attack here on the queen side. Now, after bishop d4, you have the choice. Do you want to trade the bishops already, or do you want to give the turn to your opponent and let them decide if they want to take that bishop off the board? And I think it's a very wise decision to take the bishop off the board, because not only do you like to trade pieces in this position with the white pieces, but also because black has a pair of bishops. And if you can trade one of the bishops from the pair, the other bishop will be less good because of it. But obviously this bishop on g4 is now threatening to take on f3. It's a really annoying pin for white, but Nihal plays rook e1, and I'm assuming after rook takes e1, there's going to be knight takes e1 to make sure that this knight will be saved, as well as the pawn structure. Aronyak is not going for that trade, plays rook d8, queen e3. And yeah, we see Nihal is just simply dominating this position as well. There's simply no play for Aronyak. As much as he's trying to create some play for himself, it doesn't look like he's going to be able to create some nice play here. And the logical move would be bishop takes f3, just to take on f3 and then put pressure on d4. But I would say the problem of this move is that you're just going to take on g7. You're not going to allow the capture on d4 to happen. So that's why we do not mind them to take on f3. Now, with the capture on d4, we see once again knight versus bishop. And in this position, this knight, again, is doing so much better than this bishop. All of the pawns are on the light squares. So it does make sense that this bishop is a really good defender, but we do not want to have our piece act as a defender. We want it to be attacking instead. If the bishop could reach d3 without any problems, that will be really nice. But as you can see, the knight is dominating that bishop, and it has so little space across the board. So that's going to make it very difficult for Aronyak in this position. Nihal goes for queen f4, attacking that bishop. And yeah, there you go. Bishop goes to c8. It's one of the best squares because you'll be able to put it on b7. And I feel like that's the best place for the bishop in this position. At least it will be able to put some pressure towards the king on this large diagonal. Now, there was pressure being put on the pawn f7, so that's why Aronyak went to rook f8 to defend it. And here we are, Nihal goes back with rook e2, and after queen c5, white is having something here. Queen f6, there's probably some sort of attack going on here with rook e7 and knight e6. Looks like that is the win in this position, because it's going to be really difficult for Aronyak to defend this. Let's see how Nihal is going to finish this game, because the engine is really, really happy with white's position. White goes for rook e5 instead. You can even consider taking on h5 and play knight f5, threaten checkmate, but he goes for the beautiful knight e6. Knight e6, what a move after f takes e6, queen takes g6, king h8, rook takes h5, checkmate, and Aronyak resigns. We saw a really beautiful win once again from Nihal. What a game. He is able to spot those tactics like it's nothing. And we're back to the English opening, and yeah, this time Nihal is playing e5. Give me a second, everyone. Okay, I have just been shared that we have our wonderful, we have a wonderful commentator joining us now. Welcome to Dania Naroditsky. Great to have you here. It was already feeling very lonely over here. So yeah, you haven't missed too much, but we have seen Nihal play really, really well and really neat games. So I'm really happy to have you here, Dania.
You know, I decided to to wait and see whether the first couple of games would be worth commentating. And so I decided not to get out of bed, and I saw that they were, and Aronyak pulled out a draw. So then I decided to join the commentary booth. Okay. No, in reality, I'm very sorry. You've done a fantastic job, Anamaya, and
thank you.
I don't know what to say. I think everybody knows what happened. I'm not going to pretend otherwise, but I'm human, and I'm excited to be here and commentate the rest of the match with you.
We forgive you, Daya. I'm very happy to have you here. Join us on the show. So far, we've had two very exciting games. We've had three really nice games, but two of them were won by Nihal, and he finished it off in style with really beautiful tactics. And in the game that was drawn, Aronyak had a really nice chance to win the game, but Nihal was able to defend that really, really precisely, really carefully. So yeah, we're in the fourth game.
Yeah, I mean, let's not forget that Aronyak qualified through an incredibly intense, narrow qualifier, and unquestioningly, he played incredibly well. But in order to beat the tournament favorite, he needs to step up his game to a completely different level. If he plays the same way he did during the qualifier, that's not going to cut it, because he's no longer playing his opponents there. He's playing Nihal. I think he's capable of stepping it up, but thus far, it seems like he and I totally saw the first three games, but by the score, it seems that he has not managed thus far to step up to the appropriate level. But let's see, the match is just beginning, and he's got a pretty big advantage here right out of the opening.
Absolutely, yeah. So far, we have seen very calm approach to the opening, nothing too crazy, whenever Aronyak was trying to make it a bit more spicy, Nihal was stepping back and taking it very easy and slowly. So that's really what I noticed so far in the games. But whenever Nihal gets a chance, he strikes. He got a really nice tactic with knight takes f7 in the first game. So yeah, a bit. I'm sure you saw that.
Yeah, no,
but,
I literally dreamed about it.
Absolutely.
We can see already that I think Aronyak missed a chance earlier to play f5. And now Nihal is getting some counterplay with b5. And if you play f5, now the bishop gets back, and then black has the e5 square, so it's not entirely clear how white should manage the center.
Right. Yeah, and I'm also thinking about maybe white can consider even playing g4, g5, being really aggressive, because to me it seems like it's going to be much easier for white to attack, but he goes for knight d5.
That's a really cool idea. Using the extra, now CD, there's ED, and then white wins back the bishop, and then his bishop is going to be wide open. So I think Nihal should probably take with the bishop. Bishop takes d5, E takes d5, and then probably move the queen aside. And
Absolutely.
what goes on here? Rook takes e8. Look at this line. Rook takes e8. Rook takes e8. And then if you take the pawn on d6, there's a rook e1 check tactic. Let's see what happened. Nihal took with the pawn.
Okay.
So a similar position.
Yeah, and it's actually kind of interesting that Aronyak doesn't have any pawns on the D and E file, allowing him to put pressure on those pawns in the center. They look very vulnerable to me.
They do, but at the same time, you would want like a knight on d4 or this bishop perhaps on h3. Now Nihal could be ready to play queen c5 check. He could even support the pawns with his king if necessary with king f7. So I actually think Black's position is a lot better compared to what it was even 10 moves ago. Yeah,
absolutely. And maybe you can push one of those pawns in the center whenever the situation allows it to. But yeah, this knight, what would you say? Would you prefer the knight over this bishop?
Now I would, because now he's created a pass pawn. Aronyak wanted to double rooks on the e file, but Nihal beats him to the punch. I almost feel like Black is on the cusp of being better here.
Yeah, I certainly agree with you. I don't see how white can deal with this pawn on e5 right now. Looking very promising, that pass pawn over there.
Yeah, I mean, from all my experience playing Nihal, this is what he does. He can be a little sloppy in the opening sometimes, but it's like you can never pin him down. You know you're better, and then 2 seconds later, your advantage just immediately evaporates.
Yeah, and the way he does it is so beautiful to see. He plays very calmly. He doesn't do anything crazy early on in the game. So yeah, it's really nice to see, like, he doesn't really play like those crazy lines we saw yesterday. He plays very calm.
Extremely. He's got a well-rounded, sort of positionally grounded style. You can see the eval bar starting to creep up in his favor. And apparently the move a5 and then a well-timed e5, e4 could be really, really strong, because even if that sacrifices a pawn, and even if white takes it, white's put his king right in the path of a potential queen pin. So a5 followed by e4 is really, really strong here. I think he's going to see it.
I think so too. And despite Aronyak having almost 3 minutes on the clock, whereas Nihal is down to 1 minute and 40 seconds, I think it's still enough for Nihal to create a really nice game here and survive the time trouble he will probably face.
Yeah, he's played e4 immediately. So I think he's relying on bishop takes e4, rook de8. Gosh, that looks really scary for white too. I mean, I wouldn't want to have this against Nihal. How are you saving your bishop? Oh, apparently this is
bishop
wrong.
h7.
Oh, bishop h7. Oh.
Yeah, I was looking at bishop d5, but that doesn't work, but bishop h7 instead. And that's
what happens when a grandmaster doesn't do his puzzle rush before going on the commentary.
I got you.
Maybe Nihal hasn't. I mean, I think Nihal missed it, because if not rook d8, then what's the idea?
Yeah, I'm not entirely sure. It seemed like he's just giving away that pawn, and maybe even a5 wouldn't help, because the queen just retreats to a3.
Okay, I get it. Bishop e4, rook e4. Rook e4, queen c6. Attacking the rook. And if you defend it from e7, which looks overwhelming, then there's rook e8. And you can resign.
Okay.
We're about to find out. Aronyak has
there we go.
taken on e4, and we're going to see the line.
I hope he's not going to play queen e7, though.
Yeah, no, I don't think so. c5 there is probably the only move connecting the queen and the rook. We might see a draw in this game.
Yeah, I was saying that a few times, and then Nihal was able to strike. But yeah, white is up. Oh yeah, after c5, you're gonna give away that pawn back to Nihal.
Right.
So yeah, Nihal is spending his time right now.
I think he's probably thinking about whether to take the rook first and then play queen c6 or play queen c6 for a very common issue, right? I mean, move order, you're trying to figure out which approach gives you more winning chances. And he's gone for queen c6. And now Aronyak has to find c5. And he does.
Yeah, he does it. He does it. And it opens up the square c4 as well for, some check, but it won't do much for white. Don't really see the follow-up there. So yeah, we have an equal position. Nothing much is going on. But I still feel like white, like as soon as the capture happens on e4, I still feel like white has some chances to make the best out of it. And surprisingly enough, Nihal goes for b5.
He's playing for a win. And look at this. He's threatening a5. He's potentially, although the rook might hang. But let's say white goes back to g1 with this king. Nihal is undoubtedly playing for a win here. If he wanted to draw, he would have taken the rook and taken the pawn. He wants to somehow trick white because of the weak king, even with a queen and a rook on the board. Let's see if he manages that. I mean, at this point, I'm not surprised by anything Nihal does. I've seen too many of his matches. I've lost too many equal positions to know that he is almost always able to create chances. Yeah, king g1, but this looks like a dead draw.
You think c5, rook d2? I'm not calling it a draw just yet. But okay, I have to say Nihal is down to 20 seconds. So that's definitely going to be less comfortable to be in. Rook d4, he's not even going for the check.
No, and look at what he's doing. He's tucking his king away on h7. White doesn't have any checks. And it's very easy to panic here because, okay, rook e2 is a nice move. Aronyak is not about to lose this game.
Absolutely. a5, he's still trying to create some play here on the queen side, trying to confuse his opponent. And that kind of work.
Queen e3, don't go rook d2 because of queen d5 check. But obviously, these are not blunders that are on his level. I think Nihal should maybe try to push his pawn to a3 in some situations.
Yeah, and he could potentially move the rook to b2. Yeah, he can try some things.
Queen trade. Still, he's trying.
He's
still looking for ways, but he's got to be a little careful not to lose this pawn. He's got 2 seconds.
Yeah, and he is trying to go for the a3 rook b2 approach, but it's very simple for white to defend that. And yeah, we see a pawn trade. Now, white has a passer. Would you say that in some world, there's still chances for white here because of that passed pawn?
No, and in fact, I'm going to say something very surprising. If you're talking about chances for anybody, I've lost probably more of these from the white side than from the black side, because what often happens is you get ambitious, you start walking toward your pawn, and you'll end up losing g3. And then in some situations, black gives up his rook for white's passer. Now, the fact that Nihal has 3 seconds is a little concerning, but he's playing quickly, and he's milking a lot of time off the clock.
Yeah, true. And yeah, now white is just giving checks all the time, and
he's still
trying.
He's the one not repeating.
Yeah, he's still trying.
He's going around to c6 so that the rook can no longer get checks. He's threatening to take a3 with check. He's up a pawn. He's going to be up a pawn, not for a long time.
Yeah, okay. The h pawn is dropping soon. Rook h2?
Or is it? He's the defender.
King f5. The pawns are a little loose over there.
Yeah, king g5, okay, rook h5. We're going to have bare rooks. But the fact that he did this from a position of strength is pretty crazy.
Yeah. Yeah, it's very, like, his play is so convincing, and I was actually, like, expecting, like, some crazy blunder to happen there, but both players played super solid and did not make any mistakes in that situation, so very clean endgame.
Extremely. And now, the game before the break, Nihal has the white pieces. You mentioned he plays sort of low-key openings, and that's exactly what comes to mind. He doesn't try to be a hero in the opening. He tries to get a relatively simple position that he knows how to play. And Queen's Gambit accepted structures kind of fit the bill.
Yeah, I noticed this as well. And yeah, he's just like improving his position. He's not in a rush whatsoever. And once the time is right, he strikes. And I don't think we're going to see this fantastic combination that we saw in the first game. But that is one of those that really was beautiful to see.
That was a great combination. Phenomenal.
You know all about it.
In fact, I was so amazed at it that I immediately fell into a trance.
Oh, okay, so b5 has been played now. Yeah, the knight goes to e5, very logical. And yeah, it looks like both players have a decent opening. Typically, black is kind of stuck with the pieces, but now with the bishop having the open diagonal, it gives more play for black for sure.
Yeah, and typically white strikes at the queen side with a2, a4, trying to induce weaknesses. Nihal is taking the more center-based approach. Rook fd1 is coming. I mean, obviously this is equal, but any number of things could happen here. You might see a trade. Yeah, there, Nihal takes on c5. You might also take on f6 and damage black's king side, but you know, giving up your best piece is not something you do lightly.
Yeah, that's something you really have to think about, and he's spending his time now. He has plenty of time. He's ahead on the clock at least. But yeah, it's kind of hard to lose a bishop pair against a bishop pair that is actually like really well placed. The bishop on b7 is still targeting on the long diagonal over there. But yeah, what else do you have for white here? Because the queen is not really comfortably placed there on d2. It can get kicked out of there any moment, and then you might have to retreat to e1. So I would expect something. Okay, well, b4 has been played. That's a really nice aggressive move.
Aggressive move. He's kicking the bishop out. I think he wants his own bishop on d4, and then maybe he wants to reposition the queen to b2 in order to create the battery against the knight. Interesting move. Aronyak is thinking. He also could throw in. No, rook fd8 is really dangerous. So he goes back to e7. Yeah, there's bishop d4, and Nihal's starting to make some progress here.
Yeah, now the queen on b6 is very awkward.
And now after queen b2, it's even more awkward. It's even more awkward on d6 because there's a rook on d1, and it's puts it on b8.
Yeah, you don't have so much space, and now suddenly the white queen has a lot of space, can go to b2, maybe even consider playing bishop e5 if you want to. You probably don't need to, but yeah, there's many ways for white to make the queen awkward over there. But that's why black is trying to trade rooks, so the queen has a lot of more space.
Yeah, and now another maneuver, knight e1, aiming for d3 and c5. And white can also work on blunting the bishop with f2, f3. Not a move you play lightly, but I think now might be the time. So I think white is like a tiny bit better in this endgame, but it's nothing major.
Yeah, there's not really like a lot of weaknesses. As you mentioned, the c5 square is accessible for white, but what is next after that once you control that square? Bishop e4 has been played. What is the idea of bishop e4?
Yeah, and he walks into f3. I'm a little bit puzzled at that move. He wants to provoke f3 for whatever reason. Nihal says, thank you very much.
Yeah, maybe he was not willing to trade queens with like queen c2 was a move. I'm not entirely sure. To me, yeah, I don't really see the idea. Maybe he wants to go bishop c4 himself.
That I think is likely, although after bishop c4, white could put the queen on the c file. And notice the black has no defended squares along the c file. So the bishop is going to be loose. The queen behind it is going to be undefended.
Right, yeah.
Yeah, if you move the bishop back, then the bishop is just incredibly passive. Okay, he plays
goes bishop c4. Maybe he's trying to play a5 to undermine the pawn structure on the queen side.
It's possible. Goes knight e8. Now knight c2, knight e3 is a very nasty idea. If white gets to that bishop, black is in trouble.
Yeah, what I'm not liking here is that Aronyak is playing very passive with the move knight e8, because not only is it a retreating move, but he also needs to look an eye on the pawn at g7. So yeah, he probably needs to either move the bishop to f8 or f6, or play f6 like to free the knight. Maybe he has plans actually to play bishop f6.
Yeah, so, and another thing I'd point out, after knight c2, if he plays knight d6, then the queen is going to be defended. So he's going to be threatening to take white's bishop. So what Nihal is thinking about is whether or not, he's not thinking about that. He was thinking about whether to take black's bishop first or to go knight c2. He's decided on knight c2, so I'm curious what he's intending after knight d6. It could be just bishop takes c4 and then bishop takes g7. Don't forget about that pawn, which will be hanging if the knight moves.
Yeah. and he plays f6. But
No,
yeah,
but now-
will we see knight e3 or bishop takes c4 right away?
I think bishop c4 knight e3 is really, really strong. I don't see how black defends the pawn.
Yeah, it's not so clear. You also have like bishop c5 at any point, like after knight d6.
Exactly. Bishop c5 is incredibly strong. You could play a4 first to prevent knight b5 ideas. No, I think Aronyak's fingers are slipping from the ledge here.
Yeah, I totally agree with you there. Bishop takes c4, and he takes the pawn back, keeping the queens on the board.
I thought knight d6 a4 is very, very good for white. And so did Nihal, I think.
Yeah, and now the threat obviously is knight b5, which is why a4 is a very logical move to play here. However, after bishop c5, we're not so worried about knight b5 anymore. We can just simply take that pawn. So it could also be an idea to consider. But he goes for a4.
And this is what Nihal forgot about. The pawn is now targeted. And all of a sudden, if the queen gets to a4, it's going to be threatening, potentially, if the knight moves, to infiltrate to d1.
Right. Yeah, what do you do about that pawn? If you push it to a5, obviously you run into knight b5. If you play queen c2 to defend that, well, you're retreating. Can never be what you wanted. And also you will let go of the pawn of b4.
I think he's going to play queen c2. I think that's the only way to keep pieces on the board. I mean, you could also consider e5 to open up the diagonal. But that just seems, I don't know. I don't like the prospect of giving up a4 in any version.
He goes queen c2, yeah. He goes for the more solid approach almost every single time.
Knight c8. Oh, so now he's attacking the other pawn. He waited for the queen to move, and now he says, okay, but now you're not defending b4.
Yeah, and after a move like bishop c3 to defend that pawn, you'll run into knight b6, and the other pawn will be under attack again.
That's really funny, yeah. He's alternating which pawn to attack. And queen c4 is very drawish. Queen c4, we have a trade. White is a tiny bit better there because of the piece placement, but there are no longer any targets, so black should be able to draw that one. It's interesting that Nihal is usually lower on the clock.
Yeah, I also noticed that. I don't think it will make a big difference in bullet. I think he will manage his time well there. But I think he's just playing very carefully, not making any mistakes early on, because this time control is very tricky. If you look at it this way, it's very slow pace at the start. And if you make a mistake early on, it will definitely hurt throughout the entire game. So he's taking it very easy and has a really solid approach.
I mean, and also I know this may sound superficial, but he's 31-49. I think he's number 2 on chess.com. He doesn't just want to, have a sloppy game or two. That might not affect the match overall, but he doesn't want to lose that rating. So he doesn't want to lose a single game in that match. And I can guarantee you that is something that is going through his head. And, I'm not saying this in a negative way at all. I'm just really impressed.
No, I think it makes a lot of sense, and it's great to see him having this fighting spirit, not just going for his simple draws. He's ahead on the scoreboard so far, so you would expect at least that he would be happy with the draw early on, but he's going for it.
Yeah, and if you think about what can go wrong here for black, I think that the main thing is to watch for this a-pawn, and I think Aronyak is doing exactly the right thing, getting his king to the center ASAP.
Yeah, absolutely. But it's a bit hard for the king to infiltrate in position. Both kings are getting closer to the queen side now. This should be an easy draw, but I might be overlooking something.
Nah, I'm thinking F5 is a good move too. Just locking up the king side, then king c6 is coming. You might not be able to play king d5 because of knight f4, but you don't need to. You can just chill on c6. And okay, Aronyak pushing out some of his kingside pawns. That shouldn't change the outcome of the game. G4.
Yeah, in this position, typically you would not want to push your pawns because it weakens a lot of squares. But in this position, there's not much that can happen. And as you said, it will not change the outcome of this game.
This has not been the most fascinating JSCC game in history. But again, when Nihal is playing, you can never just say definitively what the result is going to be. There's always some life left in the position.
Yeah, I certainly agree with you there. And like, I'm already like a little worried about the pawn chain of like over there. Like h4 is a move that can be on the spot.
Whoa, that was a terrible move by Nihal. Oh my goodness.
Suddenly the evil part just dropped?
Well, because knight b3 is threatening, and that wins a piece, and knight takes a4 is threatened. So you have to decide, do you lose a pawn or a piece? And he's decided to lose a pawn. But that's not just any pawn. He lost the worst pawn to lose. And Aronyak has to cash in. He has to win this game. This is a huge chance.
Yeah, and there's nothing that Nihal can do here. He's trying to create more weaknesses on the king side, but the pawns are too far away for his knight to get there.
I would sack a piece on f4. Maybe the bishop. He sacks the knight.
He does it.
And then g5 and bishop f8. And he's trying to run his h pawn up the board. But is Aronyak up to the task here? Knight e7 maybe. Goes a5, but here's Nihal's pawn. Oh, h7, bishop g7, and you can't make any progress.
Can't make any progress. The bishop is gonna sit on h8, and there's nothing you can do here.
Knight e7, don't allow f5.
Are we gonna see knight and bishop?
We might. Oh, king c5, though. It's not over yet.
Oh.
Bishop b4 or bishop c1, stopping the pawn. He goes bishop b4. Bishop f8,
He will not be able to move.
I think.
Oh, what a time scramble. Bishop f8.
Bishop h8. Look at how black is f5, trying to push every pass pawn he has, but it's not enough. A3 is going to lose.
Yeah, e7 and okay, yeah. If only he was able to take that pawn on f5.
Yeah, but it's too fast. f4, and he can't make progress with his e-pawn. No stalemate tricks. And Aronyak Ghosh with a very improbable win. You don't see Nihal blunder in those positions frequently, but all credit to him for exploiting that and keeping his composure and time pressure.
Yeah, what a game. Very well played by both players, but Aronyak in time trouble was able to find a really nice trick there towards the end. So we see a score of 3-2. Really nice score so far, not too big of a gap. There's definitely a lot of games for Aronyak to catch up on the score with. So yeah, really exciting so far. I'm happy to have you back here, Danya. Yeah, there's gonna be a lot of more games after a short break we're going into.
Yes. Yeah, this has been a great match. I'm glad to be here. So we'll give the players a chance to catch their breath. It's a 1-point match. Don't go anywhere. We're watching the champion play. You certainly don't want to miss the match. So you're watching the Junior Speed Chess Championship presented by SIG. We'll be back with the rest of the 5-minute portion on the other side of this break.
Okay, so I didn't realize that you can't play A8.
Takes rook d2 or rook b2, and then you just take the pawn on b4.
Oh, king of 6, rook b4, bishop e7. Only chance. If you go rook 6 b4, it's bishop e7.
But then rook b8, and then black gives up an exchange, and he's got chances. Vlad is not in 4 seconds. How does he win?
Oh my, he doesn't know it's bishop e7. There's chances.
Take e7.
Play rook b1. Play rook b1. If you play rook b1, rook b1 mate. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. That didn't just happen. Oh. Oh my God.
I've never seen anything like this in my life.
Oh, and he is just destroyed emotionally right now.
Oh my God.
How?
What in the world? I didn't even see the mate.
Me neither.
Welcome to my world. Time to attack!
A knight on the rim is grim. Are you sure you know what you're doing?
I remember the time when I used to be the kid that everybody hated playing. Now the tables have turned. The chess kid question of the day, ladies and gentlemen, is whether you've ever lost to someone younger than you. Tell us the story and be in to win a Chess Kid Gold membership. And Amaya Kazarian, we were discussing this yesterday. We both have lost to people younger than us, but let's not talk about that.
Absolutely.
Right? That. Well, let's just not tell those stories to anybody. They're going to stay with us.
Yeah, I fully agree with that. I keep that to myself.
Yeah. The funny thing is my first ever like experience that I would tell people about is I think I was about 8 or 9. I don't know why I'm telling the exact opposite story, but just roll with it. I was playing an 80-year-old and he was a regular at the at San Francisco Mechanics Club that I was playing in, and he blundered a rook and he did the thing where he like knocked all the pieces over and left. Like literally knocked all the pieces over. And I was I mean I'd heard of people doing that, but I was just shocked. I was like, oh my goodness, someone just do that against me?
Yeah, it happens. That for sure. I had a really nice memory myself where I was the youngest participant in the Tata Steel playing against the oldest participants. It was in the amateur groups, and yeah, it was a really nice, respectful game, and I'm very happy to say I won that.
Yeah, that's a much better feeling than being the oldest player in
yeah,
I have not experienced yet, but at the last US Championship, I counted and I was like number 7 out of 12. Which is not great. Keeps getting worse. Okay, ouch. So we have the reigning JSCC champion Nihal Sarin facing off against international master Aronyak Ghosh, who just won a very impressive game with the black pieces. Let's see if he can continue riding his positive momentum. You've got an English defense. Wow, Nihal has sped up a little bit, just a little bit.
Yeah, we've seen Aronyak going for the English opening a couple of times now, and Nihal has replied in several different ways. We've seen E5, Knight f6, G6, and yeah, here we go again with G6.
And maybe a little bit of a dubious setup for Nihal, but again, we keep discussing it. He's not putting too much emphasis on the opening. He just wants a position. But hopefully it's a position where his knight will stay alive. But I guess if F4, he has knight G4.
Yeah, I really like the way he approaches the openings, just playing very safe and sound and see how the position develops. And he's trying to improve his pieces move by move. And well, as I say that, he goes back all the way to 8, but he was almost forced to play that.
Right. He only retreats when he absolutely has to.
Yeah, exactly. And now he plays C6. He's trying to make the bishop look a little silly on G2. We're probably going to see D5 being followed soon. And it's really good to have such a strong pawn connection to, yeah, make the bishop on G2 look not so great. But instead he goes for E5.
Yeah, now he can't go D5. So now the bishop actually looks pretty good. I would go rook A1. Yeah, he goes rook A1, instantly queen C7.
I think I shouldn't say anything anymore because Nihal is doing the opposite.
Well, he waits for us to say something and then he immediately does the opposite. No, this is happening last game to me as well, so don't feel bad. But with queen D7, I don't know if I trust Nihal here entirely. White goes back to B4. Repetition. Nihal is not. There's no universe in which I would not imagine him repeating here, but.
Oh, no, okay. He avoids it. I actually thought it was already going to be repetition, but rook B8, he avoids it.
He doesn't want to give up rating, I'm telling you.
Yeah, and especially in this game, look at the time situation. Nihal has barely spent any time in this game.
Which is a stark departure from his strategy in the last game. Maybe during the break, he sort of thought about it and he said, okay, let me try this out and see how it works.
Yeah, we noticed that as soon as there was time trouble, there were some problems.
Oh my God, there was a huge mutual blunder. Sorry, Anima. Knight C6 in this position was... Oh, I thought it was knight... Wait, sorry. Knight C6? I thought bishop C6, bishop C6. Oh no, here there's rook... Okay, no. What am I missing? What am I... Oh, it's F2 hangs in the end. So what I missed here was takes. If we bring up the analysis board. Wait, what? Oh, he blundered the same thing I was showing. Oh my God. I was literally showing that F2 hangs and he blundered that exact same thing. Wait, let me pull that
the queen landed on F2.
Weirdly, it landed there as I was showing the line. I didn't pull up the game. Here it is. Okay. What happened?
Wow.
Oh, he just went knight a6 here, and he blundered queen a7 to the fork. Oh,
wow.
No way.
This game is commentator's curse. I can tell you that much.
That's honestly unbelievable, because the line I was about to show is knight c6, bishop c6, and I thought white wins a pawn. And I forgot that I have 2 hangs with mate. And as I was making that move, he played queen takes f2 in a different position. Unbelievable.
Incredible. You do not see that very often. So yeah, Nihal is ahead 2 points now. And he's in a very comfortable spot.
You can't blunder that stuff against him. He punishes you 100% of the time. And Aronyak has to avoid the temptation to tilt. This game is actually very, very important. It's a 2-point lead. I think there was an interview a couple of months ago that I always reference with Hikaru, who said that he feels like 3 points is where you kind of draw the line. Like when the lead gets to 3 or more, you start getting really nervous. You start feeling like the opponent is pulling away.
Yeah, you really get this pressure that you need to win your next game. Otherwise, it's going to go really bad. And you're in this endless spiral of trying to catch up with your opponent's score. And if that doesn't happen, it only gets worse.
Yep. And wait a minute. Now, a little trouble here for Nihal, because if he goes b3, he runs into knight takes e4, a very common tactic. And the rook on a1 hangs in the corner. You can't recapture the bishop. That's the problem when your rooks are not connected.
Yeah, so how do you defend that pawn on c4? Because the only way, as you said, is b3. Is there some sort of, even 95? I mean, he goes for b3 anyways.
Yeah, there's some move that I'm missing after knight e4, bishop a1. What is the move? I'm drawing a complete blank. And do you see it, Anamaya? Oh, maybe it's just queen
maybe it has to do with the knight being so misplaced on a5.
I think it does. And I actually think it's just a positional move. Queen g5. Let's wait for Aronyak to go for it. Yeah. Then I don't need to make him. Queen
h6.
No, I don't think that was the move, though. The engine move was knight fg5, just casually sacking the exchange and not winning it back.
Yeah, so basically it's safe to say that the position...
Whoa!
What?
Whoa!
Knight e5!
Oh, but black blundered this, and now there's another fork on h7 and on e6, and the other knight replaces its cousin.
Wow.
No, black is getting destroyed here. f6 was a big mistake by Aronyak, leaving his bishop undefended.
It's crazy. The tactics that Nihal is seeing. He's down in exchange, and he's just able to play knight eg5. It's incredible.
Like he has an infinite supply of pieces that he can sacrifice. He doesn't need the rook on a1 in the corner. He doesn't need a knight.
Yeah, this is absolutely incredible. And yeah, Aronyak in big trouble here. Almost all the pieces are on the queen side, so they're not able to defend.
It's a great point. And that's why the eval bar is so overwhelmingly in white's favor, because you might say, well, wait a minute. Black's up a full rook, right? Look, what's the problem? Black just gives away the bishop. Well, look at black's king. Look at where black's pieces are and what's going to happen to this king in the next couple of moves. You might even see this line. I don't think Aronyak is going to give up the pawn on h7. That seems like an even more deadly alternative. Okay, he does. I'm wrong.
h7. He does in a way where he still has a rook more on the board, but knight takes f7, king takes, and bishop h6. There's like everything is hanging.
Rook d3, rook lift at any moment. He can take on f7 first or immediately rook d3. Bishop b2. I mean, yeah, no comment.
Yeah, this is very crushing. But yeah, what is... Yeah, okay, so he has many moves over here, and that's why he's spending his time. There's a rook lift. You can take on f7 if you want to, but he's very patient. He might even consider playing bishop g4. Like, he has so many different moves, and all of them work so well. Even bishop b2, by the way.
Yeah, no, literally, I think there's probably 7 or 8 winning moves. And let me tell you, Nihal is greatly enjoying this moment. I think all chess players, one of the favorite activities to have a position like this where there's 6 or 7 winning moves. But you're sitting there and you're thinking, like, what's the best one? And Nihal goes for the sort of simplest approach, bishop h6, your move, and then rook d3, rook f3, I think, is coming after rook g8. Perfectly
absolutely.
Good enough.
Yeah, and it's like one of those positions that typically, like, for example, in this situation, Nihal is down material, but he has a phenomenal attack. Typically, we are like in the same way relaxed when like we are like in the winning endgame. It's super clear. You're just moving the pieces in the way that you're like, you know, you're winning, and there's almost nothing that can go wrong. And as you said, Nihal will be in the same position, but okay, in this position, he is down material, but there's almost nothing that can go wrong here.
And those are the magic words, like nothing can go wrong, because that's such a rare situation for any chess player, because most of the time we spend most of our time thinking about what can go wrong, like what have I still not figured out. And when the stars align like this, it's very enjoyable. Nihal is about to play rook f3. It's not made immediately. The black king can make a run for it, but even if white just captures the bishop, Anamaya, and just plays it quote unquote slowly, it's still c takes d5 first looks really good. Cut off the king and then play rook f3.
True. Yeah, the bishop pair, they're gonna work so well together. This bishop, the light squared bishop will be sniping, but instead we see a queen sacrifice. Interesting.
Funnily enough, after cd, first of all, there's no rush to take the queen. Rook h8 does not trap white's queen because of queen takes g7 check. But Nihal decides to take the queen anyway.
That's very fair. And I'm guessing we're going to see either c takes d5. Oh, bishop d3 instead. I was not going to mention that one.
What does he want? Bishop takes f5, gf5, queen takes f5. Is he going to sack another piece?
It's a lot of material, honestly. But he has a lot of pawns at his disposal, so he might just go for the endgame.
He might vacuum up that knight at some point. You know, like a little dust particle in the corner. Okay, first he takes the d5 on. Now bishop f5 is a pretty big threat because that queen can reposition to e6 with a deadly fork. I think
also the knight. The knight is trapped on a5, but that's why rook a8 is being played to hit the pawn on d5 because it's covering the square on c6.
Yeah, bishop takes f5 is probably winning, but not the only move. You can also play. I don't know if I'm in love with Nihal's technique in this game, but it's so winning that what he did was plenty good enough.
Exactly. And yeah, he's still up on time. It's actually incredible. He's spending quite some time, but he's still up on the clock. And he still goes for b4 because after the knight has both, bishop c4 will follow and the position is just falling apart.
I love the way bishop f1 is such a classy move. Just go back, no checks, move your knight. I'm trapping your rook and skewering the other one, and I'm attacking your. I mean, he's just tied black up completely.
Yeah, it's incredible.
Brutal. He's just he's so mean.
He's really mean.
He's such a mean person too.
Oh yeah. Yeah, I'm expecting a resignation soon here.
Yeah, probably even in this position as Aronyak realizes that you can never play rook h8 because you can never defend the bishop with anything else. That's a very tilting construction there.
Yeah, there's no compensation. There's not a single play here, and he goes for the capture on g7 anyways. Okay, yeah, he wants to try to get in such a position where he's able to capture that rook, either when saving the bishop or just snatching off some pawns first.
And he pre-moved queen d4 too, which is nasty. It's just nasty. And a4 makes a passer on the queen side. Aronyak is okay. He should resign here. Yeah, he resigns. And Nihal gains 2 points for his efforts in that game.
Counts for something.
That it does. I mean, it's a 3-point lead, and yeah, this is every subsequent game is going to be pivotal for Aronyak. Like, he cannot let this match get out of hand in the 5-minute portion, but that's obviously easy for me to say. I've let many matches against Nihal get out of hand.
Oh, yeah, and it's incredible to see that after c4, Aronyak is consistently playing c4, and Nihal has almost every single move at his disposal. He's trying all of it.
Yeah, English, Queen's Gambit declined, c4, e5, King's Indian, and he probably tried some stuff while I was, while I was calculating variations. before joining the broadcast.
Yeah, and this position looks very solid. There is not a lot of action going on in the center. You do not want to play e4 as of white pieces because it will weaken your pawn on d4. But it might be an idea, maybe together with f3 supported.
Yeah, I think f3-e4 is one of the main plans for white in this position. Nihal, on the other hand, is expanding on the queen side. He wants to play a4 and knight c4 and maybe get the queen out to b6 at some point. So black's play is very clearly evident as well. And Aronyak does play e4 NMI, which is, I mean, white's pieces are very active here, so I don't think white is worse, but this is also not very ambitious.
Yeah, the d4 will remain a weakness permanently in this position unless white gets to play d5. But since the knight, pawn, and the queen are all covering that square, I do not see d5 happen anytime soon, especially if the rooks are going to be traded off the board.
Yeah, I'm thinking about a particular line here. If we bring up the analysis board as Aronyak is thinking, if white trades everything and then plays this move bishop c7, what do you think about? Oh, this is happening. Okay. And meanwhile, oh, knight a8. Look at that move. And if bishop a5, b6 trapping the knight.
That's crazy. The bishop is trapped on a5. No way.
How quickly did he see that too? And they're repeating moves. Now this time Nihal might actually go for the draw. No, he doesn't. Knight c8. Still going for the win, even in this position.
He's still going for it. And I don't blame him because this pawn on d4 is still, I guess like right now is a good time to consider playing d5. But if there's not going to be d5 being played, this pawn might be troublesome for white.
Yeah, that's what Nihal is hoping for. As Aronyak is definitely thinking about whether to play d5. He also has to deal with a potential check on e1, although that could be covered with a queen on f1. So probably not the biggest problem white's ever faced, but it's annoying. And
yeah, exactly.
You kind of get in your head when you're down 3 or 4 points. I feel like it's like after you watch a horror movie and every little sound you think is a monster. When you're down by 3 or 4, every little annoying move you think actually is a threat, even when it's not.
Yeah. Yeah, he goes for queen f5. He's trying to activate his pieces. Maybe there's some little tricks with queen g4, knight e4. You never know. And he could actually consider putting pressure on that pawn on g7 with bishop e5 as well.
Very much so. Yeah, Nihal certainly cannot fall asleep. There's
queen
that move.
check.
There's the monster.
And knight e7. It just goes to g6 if anything.
And if queen a5, then queen f2. So white's queen probably has to stay anchored to the pawn with queen f3.
Yeah. Yeah, and it seems like the queen on e1 is very active and everything. But yeah, on e1 is not doing much yet. Maybe you want to go to d2 instead on the next move. But yeah, it seems like black is doing just fine. The pieces are very well consolidated. The king is not in trouble whatsoever. At the same time, white does have some ideas. The bishop on c7 is very well placed. They can go to e5. You can capture the a5 pawn if needed at some point. And that's why queen c2 is being played to make sure queen d2 is not happening.
Yeah, queen d2 would have been very nasty, forking all the pawns. Now bishop takes a5 is a threat, of course. But, okay, g6, what a move. I like this move a lot because bishop takes a5, he's playing knight f5, and then bishop d6 check, and he wants to checkmate the white king on h2.
Wow. And d4 will also be in trouble. So yeah, it's incredible to see how he cares about the pawn on a5.
And I would consider the move queen e2 if I were Aronyak. I mean, getting the queens off the board will ensure the safety of the king. Although that's obviously not an endgame that, you know, that you're that excited about with a weak pawn on d4. But he's down to 1:50. Nihal's still with 4 minutes. He's accelerated greatly since the break.
Yeah, he's barely spending his time. He's barely spending time. And it's really incredible to see. Like, he has such simple positions as well. And he's able to calculate those lines so quickly. It's incredible.
Well, he's got an incredibly gifted intuition. I think that has also been evident in his over-the-board games. He just senses, you know, which line is going to be good. And obviously, you know, as we saw in his only loss. This sometimes brings him down, but very rarely. I mean, maybe one game out of 20. Queen E2, nice move by Aronyak.
Yeah, and as you were pointing out, Bishop D6 is now a move, and after G3, sadly for Nihal, there's no such sacrifice that will really work out. You can consider take with the bishop, but I'm guessing there's going to be a repetition somewhere. I don't really see like a checkmate or a really nice attack.
Yeah, I agree with you, especially because white also could give a check on E8 and probably black. Okay, the fact that this leads to a draw is already pretty impressive, because if white tries to go to F1, the king is not going to get very far. Let's put it that way. So that leads to a draw.
Yeah, so he's spending his time right now. And maybe you can even consider going for the position for a simple reason that you have 3 pawns on that side that could actually move forward.
He's gone queen C1. What about knight E4 here? And apparently D5 is very strong. I mean, white is up a pawn. He does go knight E4. Man, he keeps following my advice. And that's not that's not brought him any success.
Yeah, knight E4, it looks very logical, trying to put the piece in the center of the board and trying to put some pressure on the opponent with knight F6. But after queen F4, knight takes D4. He doesn't miss those.
Counter attacking the queen. Okay, so queen D3 attacks the knight and the queen. But then there's like knight F3. Oh, then there's knight F3 check. Oh, and if you, no. If you go to
there's
G2,
no knight E1.
There's no knight E1. Exactly.
And then you don't have a queen move to keep defending the knight, obviously.
Yeah, so queen D3, I'm wondering what he's planned. I guess queen E5, but then there's bishop C3. I guess we're about to find out.
I guess C5 can still be there. He plays knight F3.
Whoa. What? What are the knight?
He blunders it just as we mentioned.
Oh my goodness. That is not a common occurrence at all. I don't think Nihal's ever blundered a piece against me in all of our blitz matches.
Well, it says something. You both missed that at first. That 91 was not possible.
I completely missed it. And it's a weird blind spot because you just don't think that the bishop on A5 participates in the defense. And I think you tell that to yourself and then you don't consider what squares it controls.
Yeah, indeed. And we are... this position is kind of funny. We see that white is giving up on the square D4, and as I say that, Nihal goes for D4. But at first, it looked like he gave up on the square D4 with the pawns pushing to E4 and C4. But it's in this position we are looking at a type of Maroczy bind structure.
Yeah, but C5, this is a common idea in these lines. White generally goes C5 in this position, putting pressure on black's kind of rather weak pawn structure. Bishop E3 by Nihal, I felt like C5 gave a bit of an edge. But okay, this is also totally reasonable. It's just a position.
It's just a position. Black has a pair of bishops, but instead white has a really nice play, really nice center. Pieces are all very well developed. Very active, and white maybe can consider going for some attack with F4, E5, or maybe F4, F5. There's a lot of ideas here. You can also consider playing on the queen side. However, I'm not entirely sure if you're able to push the B pawn far.
Yeah, probably. I mean, black has these interesting pawns on C6 and A6 that are controlling a lot of the queen side squares. And for black, he's got to make a lot of the same decisions that white does. Which pawns does he push, right? Does he play C5 and chase the knight out of D4? Well, then that weakens the D5 square. If he goes E5, that weakens the D6 square. So one of the hardest things about these positions is the pawn play, because every pawn move has its drawbacks, but not pushing any pawns, well, that's kind of out of the question too. He does go C5.
Yeah, he gives up on the D5 square, but on the other hand, he's putting pressure on the pawn E4, and Nihal replies with knight G3 to defend that. And once again, we see a knight maneuver going back, but this time with a clear idea to go all the way to D4.
Yeah, knight C7, but Nihal, he has something to say about that. He trades the dark-squared bishops, and then I think he's going to bring one of the knights back to E2 in order to control that square. Good call by Nihal there.
Yeah, typically, like I know from the Marazzi point, you do not want to trade those bishops with the white pieces. But in this situation, typically the reason is because the black knight will be able to access the c5 square, and it's really hard to kick the knight from that square. But in this situation, it's not that simple. White is able to defend the square d4 relatively well, and this is why we want to get rid of those dark squared bishops. And yeah, seems like white is doing okay here.
Actually, I would even go farther and say this is a highly unpleasant position for black. And the reason why is that after knight e2, the d4 square is defended, and then your idea, f4, f5, is even nastier now that the knight is on e6 because f5 comes with tempo. So what bothers me here is the long-term weakness of black's king. I feel like it doesn't look that way now, but an attack against the black king is very probable.
Yeah, and that's why Aronyak is going for an attack on the side of the board with a5, a4. He's trying to create some play on the queen side, but it's going to be way too slow because Nihal is crushing it with f4.
Yeah, I call this pinching a dinosaur. It's, it's not exactly going to turn any heads. Nihal might just ignore the pawn on b3 entirely.
Yeah, but at the same time, yeah, I was going to say knight d4 is a move in this position to consider. But maybe you can still try to ignore that, because what is the knight actually going to do on d4?
Yeah, one thing you could do is f5, knight d4, and then even knight f4. But if Nihal does want to prevent it, he can play rook a d1. I feel like that's a very natural move. And then, as you pointed out, black will probably play a4. So he's, I think, trying to figure out whether it is worth stopping knight d4. He's got plenty of time to do it. He also could move his king just to get out of the potential x-ray, potential pin.
Yeah, there's a lot of options here, which is why Nihal is taking his time here. On one hand, I can see him play f5. On the other hand, I've seen him being very composed, very solid, and just wait till the time is right to push your pawn like that. So I can also see him play moves like rook a d1. Absolutely. There we go.
As you speak, he plays it. a4, yep. And black tries to chip away at the queen side, open up the b file, infiltrate to b2, and a big moment here for Nihal. The problem is that if he plays f5, right, then black will play knight d4. And if you just sort of say, oh, that's a free pawn, well, no, it's not, because if you take everything, then black takes on b3 in the end, and black is the one who infiltrates on the queen side, and white doesn't have anything to show for the attack. So Nihal, he goes queen b2 check and rook d3, defending b3.
Okay, interesting to see the queen on b2. I was hoping for a 5 push with maybe okay, now with the pawn on f6, I was hoping the queen would go to g5 and start an attack with the knight and the queen.
Okay, but Aronyak allowing rook a1 and now dropping back to c7. f5.
He goes for it now.
That e6 square is really tender. Knight f4.
Ooh, h4 is a big threat now.
And knight d5 also is a problem if the black bishop moves away. Look at these light squares. Oh.
Yeah, it's so nasty. Despite having a light squared bishop, it's just not enough. There's too many squares you need to cover.
And black has a huge outpost on e5, but he doesn't have anything to get. I mean, don't go knight f7. You're going to get your knight to e5, but you're going to sacrifice a small piece called the queen.
Yes, absolutely. And at the same time, we might see f takes g6 at some point where the h pawn can support the attack, h4, h5.
Yep. Ugh. The more I look at
it's looking really nasty.
It looks.
Yeah.
And it's just all of a sudden, okay, e5.
Oh, wow.
But en passant? I don't get it.
Wow. He goes for en passant. It almost feels like en passant is forced these days. We also saw it the other day, en passant being played when we were not sure about it.
It's the coolest move in chess, so you got to play it. And now knight d5 NMI, and then after bishop d5 ed, I don't even want to look at that position with that pawn on e6. Whew.
And the knight is like almost on the worst square on g5. Like you can't have a worse position other than it losing it in one move. But the knight doesn't have any squares.
And Nihal is thinking I would not be able to resist the temptation to play knight d5. but he is a stronger man, so he's taking his time.
Yeah, I mean, you could even consider something like knight f5. I mean, it's the same kind of idea, but it will free the bishop a little bit. So he goes for knight d5 and e7.
Yeah, black, of course, doesn't take the knight, but this is disgusting.
Knight takes f6.
Woo! Rook d6 is coming, and rook takes c6.
It's just falling apart. It's
Oh,
incredible. Like when the right moment is there, he strikes.
And even rook a7. Even rook a7, I think, is crushing in this position.
It must be sufficient. There he goes.
Unbelievable. I mean, there's just
wow.
devastation. He's going to pick up all of black's pieces here. Queen f6, queen g5. He's up a million pawns. It's over.
He's out of this world. It's crazy.
And that's what makes games where he blunders a piece so strange, right? We're not surprised at the fact that blunders do happen, but you know, Nihal holds himself to a much higher standard than even most GMs in Blitz.
Yeah, it's absolutely incredible. And yeah, now the bishop on c6 is pretty much useless. We're gonna see the knight jumping in the attack through h5 or f5.
Woo. Knight h5.
And yeah, everything is going on.
And if you want to play like a Russian schoolboy, king h2, you know, avoid the checks, but okay, then go knight h5. There will be time for attack, but it's now time to improve position first.
Yeah, that's also a very nice idea. No rush. I think he has kind of inhibited the kind of play as well. So I wouldn't be surprised if he goes for it. But he goes for rook d8.
A similar thing, right? He just trades and he's just going to win the endgame up 2 pawns.
Yeah, you could just sort of squeeze it out very slowly, the full point. No rush. But as long as you maintain the lead.
Yeah, no rush is right. 7:50 left in the match, so we will have probably one more 5+1 game after this one. And there it is.
Yeah, and he goes king h2.
No,
I'm telling you, he has inhibited the Russian chess school.
Yes, he has. He's okay, but if he goes e5, there's one last little wrinkle, which is that black has queen b7, maybe. So white shouldn't rush with that.
Okay, h4, not so fast. And pawn h4 is always causing problems.
Yeah, but you can't take e4 because of the fork. That's the problem with the black king. It's always going to be exposed.
Yeah, indeed. And now queen b7 hitting on that pawn on e4 even more. But yeah, obviously e5 is going to run into checkmate. So I'm not expecting Nihal to play that. He plays queen e5 check. Is he going to pick up that pawn on c5 or is he going to strengthen the pawn?
I feel like in Nihal style would be to play knight f4, allow the queen trade, and then go knight e6, knight takes c5. But I don't know.
That seems very beautiful indeed.
Knowing Nihal, he likes these kinds of conversion ideas that simplify the position. Let's see. He's got 19 seconds. What is he going to do? Knight c3.
Knight c3, yeah.
I don't.
Knight d5. Yeah, it's just in a clean and simple way, not allowing anything to happen.
No queen g3 check. The placement of the white queen is ideal. And he's calculated this. His pawn is faster. d6. Okay, he can get rid of the h pawn also, just to avoid the headache.
It's getting a bit worried about the repetition, but getting rid of the h4 pawn is a really good idea.
Credit to Aronyak, who's holding on. He's doing his very best, exploiting every little chance, not making it easy for Nihal, but unfortunately the advantage is just too overwhelming.
Absolutely, yeah. It's just that Nihal is playing so solid, but Aronyak has been putting such a great fight so far, but it's just not enough.
And it's still not over. I mean, you'll have promotion. Black will take the queen on d8 and then make his own queen on c1. And white will have to win that. It's completely winning up 2 pawns, but Nihal has to be a little bit careful not to allow any kind of perpetual or stalemate here.
Absolutely. Queen on f7 covers all the squares where the queen could potentially give checks to. So he could actually move the pawn up, but he goes for queen f6.
He's milking this. I don't know why he didn't play e6 there. Something about it he didn't like. Okay.
Okay, he's bringing the king out now.
Queen d6. Obviously, queen trade Whoa, but now he's allowed a bunch of checks. Why did Queen D6 is very sloppy. Uh-oh.
Not so
Now
fast.
It might be a perpetual. If Aronyak saves this game, oh my goodness.
Yeah, and you have to keep in mind the score is still 5-3, so it's not a big gap.
No, not at all. It's only a 2-point lead right now. This is going to be a huge save.
Yeah.
Oh my lands. And Nihal has to give up G2. No, but Black should have taken G2. Black should have taken G2. No. This is the wrong approach. You're not going to get perpetual here.
And a king is going to hide on the 7th rank, and then after check, Queen C7 is possible. And as the king will move, there will be a check.
Okay. Yeah, exactly. King E8 check. King F6, though, it's still a game.
This is so difficult, especially both players are so low on time.
Queen F6, but that's exactly why I feel like Black is not going to say this. It's so easy to blunder in an endgame like this. King F7, King G7, and it's over. Finally,
and there's
Nihal
no
hides.
still matrix.
None because of the G5 pawn. Queen F7. Oh, it's mate. Ooh.
Wow. Brutal. What a game. What an end game. It was so close. Aronyak still had a chance to save it, but it was so difficult, especially with the low time for both players. Nihal still manages to win that game.
Yeah, you got to find some moves on demand. It's never easy. And the final game of the 5-minute portion, a crucial game for Aronyak to win. He's got the white pieces. He's been competitive. He's been in all of those games. It's not been totally one-sided. I mean, some of the games have been. But he's shown himself capable of outplaying Nihal. He's got a strike right now.
Indeed. And now we see the London system. But in this situation, we see that Black is going to take back with the pawn or the knight. Because if you take with the pawn, you have the isolated pawn structure. But with the knight, it wouldn't be so bad considering there's a lot of pressure on the d file. So I wouldn't be so sure how Black is going to recapture. He recaptures with the pawn instead, accepts the fact that Black will have the isolated pawn. But Nihal will have a lot of play in this position with all the pieces. All the heavy pieces and minor pieces on the board.
Yeah, this is a classic structure known as the IQP, isolated queen's pawn. And the most classic strategy for white is, of course, to control the square in front of the pawn to make sure that Black never breaks through with d4. Because if you think about it, Black's rook, you pointed this out, it's staring down the queen. You don't want to allow d5, d4.
Exactly. And at the same time, Black is trying to go for an attack on the king side. Now with the bishop on f4, it might be a bit more difficult to start an attack, but that is typically the idea in those positions with the isolated pawn structure. And on the other hand, Black obviously wants to go for a d4 push if possible.
Yeah, and it's even possible sometimes if it sacrifices a pawn, if Black's pieces are active enough. Let's see how Aronyak handles this position. He could go knight bd4 or even knight fd4, but he might experience some concrete problems with hanging pieces. He goes bishop g5. Interesting move, pinning the knight. I like it.
Yeah, it looks really good. Nihal goes bishop b6, making sure that the queen is not just tied down to that bishop, defending on c5. Because the rook was looking right at it. And what is white going to do next? Knight d4 is still way too early to play because there's a lot of pressure on the bishop on e2. So I'm curious to see how Aronyak is going to continue from here.
Yeah, and that's one of the appeals of playing the IQP structure in a blitz game. Even though technically the side playing against the IQP is often a little bit better, it's often so much harder to play. And Nihal has the idea of going h6 and even g5 and knight e4. Chase that bishop out of there. And you pointed it out earlier, Black's pieces are incredibly active. Look at how the rooks are placed. Everything is in the center. If the attack starts, it may never stop until the king is dead.
Yeah, and Aronyak goes for the trade. Very interesting decision. He was worried about the planet you mentioned, but now there's pressure on the b2 pawn, and it looks like Black has a really nice position.
Yeah, and if we pull up the analysis board really quick, I just wanted to show how quickly things can get bad. So Black goes g5, bishop g3, knight e4, and you might say, okay, bishop h2, no problem. Whoop, knight takes f2, and it's already over. King f2, queen e3, and it's just made on f2.
You remember this from the first game, right?
Yeah. That was very similar to the combination in the first game.
Yeah.
Totally, yeah.
Oh, bishop a5, and you just lose a pawn if you go knight c3.
Yeah, that was, I think, overlooked by Aronyak.
Actually, the d5 pawn is also hanging, so it's not entirely clear. But what is clear is that there's going to be a lot of pressure on the c3 knight if it has to retreat. So after bishop a5, knight c3, I was thinking maybe knight e7 to retreat, cover the pawn on d5, and then make sure that you're attacking the knight on c3 again.
Yeah, that's a lovely move. Knight e7, everything's protected. And Nihal is spoiled for choice there. He could go for the bishop takes c3 position. No, he goes a6. Oh, I think he wants d4. I actually think he wants d4. Interesting.
Yeah, the time is right. You're able to play d4, and yeah, there's quite a lot of things happening. I mean, you're opening the bishop, looking right at the pawn. I mean, it was already able to look at the pawn, but the queen is now also attacking that pawn after bishop takes d4.
Right, you're staring at the f2 pawn, you're staring at the knight, but white does have this nice defensive move, bishop e2 to f3, which covers the f2 pawn, opens up a defense with the rook, and also stares down the b7 pawn. So it's not, it's not hopeless for white. Nihal immediately takes on c3, and he transforms the advantage. Look at that.
b5, he is not in a rush. He's not going to take on c3 just yet, especially since the rook will be hanging, but that's another story. He was making sure that the pawn on b7 was not going to get captured, because that would give him less chances to do anything in this game.
Yeah, now he's got a risk-free advantage and basically a long-term advantage, given that white's pawns, are going to be weak for the foreseeable future, as he drives his bishop around to e6, and black is just going to milk this for the rest of the game. Yeah,
White goes a3, trying to make sure the pawns are not on the light squares, because that would mean the black's bishop would be able to attack the pawns. But at the same time, obviously, like, the pawns are super vulnerable regardless. So it's definitely a target there for black. Yeah, white is just trying to hold on to those pawns.
Yeah, I would consider playing g6 and king g7 here, just to get the king off of the 8th rank, so that, I don't know why, it just seems like a natural way to continue. Often in these positions, there isn't anything concrete. You just want to make a series of slow moves until your opponent kind of loses his patience.
Yeah, queen g5, very solid and patient move, I would say. But it's threatening bishop takes h3.
Yeah, it is. It's annoying. It's annoying. It forces white to make a decision, because white can go h4, but do you really want that? Okay, he does play h4, and Nihal just might go back to f6 and claim that he's induced another slight weakness.
Yeah, you can also consider, I was going to say, well, sadly, queen c5 is not working, but maybe after rook takes d4, it was, not possible. But I was hoping to attack the pawn on a3, because obviously it's a weakness, and I'm curious to see how Aronyak would defend that.
Yeah, that is the weakness you want to attack. So you're right. The biggest headache for Nihal is the fact that there's this tension down the d file. But if he takes d4, I feel like white's going to take with the pawn. And then white's going to be defending the a3 with a rook.
Yeah, and this d-pawn could suddenly become really strong, because how are you going to stop it? It's going to be able to push d5, and then quickly after that d6. So that would cause a lot of problems for black, which is why the capture is not happening on the d-file. And he avoids the trade.
He avoids the trade. Bishop d5. Aronyak insisting on getting something off the board. Rook e6. We might get another rook trade with rook d8 check. Nope. He goes rook f3. And Nihal maintaining a tiny advantage here, but I love the way Aronyak is defending. He's defending actively. He's getting his rooks into the game, and I feel like the worst is behind him.
Yeah, I was about to say, maybe Aronyak is taking the initiative right now with rook d7, putting pressure on that pawn on f7 and activating his pieces more and more, and trying to get Nihal to play very passively with rook f8, having to defend that pawn on f7. So I'm not entirely sure about Nihal's position right now. Aronyak seems to be doing a fantastic job here.
And if we bring up the analysis board really quickly, I think there's a cool detail. After queen e7, rook d7, it looks like white's blundered the queen, rook e1 check. But you can simply play king g2. This is a really cool situation where black takes white's queen, white takes black's queen, and white's rooks are perfectly positioned in the endgame. If anybody is better, it's white. So this might happen, and yep, this is happening. Rook d7 has been played.
Okay. Yeah, and Aronyak is taking over the initiative in this game. How will Nihal try to consolidate here? Will he go for the rook e1 check you play you considered, or yeah, he goes for it? I was gonna say maybe he retreats the queen to e8, but that would be very passive.
I didn't see much. Yeah, that might have been an alternative, and I think this is still a basically a dead draw. Yeah, white has the rook on a7, but on the other hand, white still has his weak pawns. So 95% chance that this one will end peacefully.
Yeah, exactly. And it's also that the rooks are able to defend those pawns that are under attack. So yeah, white doesn't have many more resources. And that is, I think, the biggest problem. So white is trying to go with c4, trying to create some play, but this is just a dead draw.
Yeah, we might get a trade of rooks. If Nihal goes rook d4, white goes rook c3. And my guess is that that's going to happen. Rook d3 also possible here, but okay, rook d4. Yeah, there it is.
And yeah, we're going to see a trade of rooks, and the pawns are placed almost symmetrically.
White's going to get his king up, and black's going to get his king toward the center. Okay, repetition of moves. Yeah.
Yeah.
Where is Nihal going to play? King f8? Anybody?
I have noticed they are very peaceful in this match. They're not going for those 50 move draws we've seen the other day, but yeah, this is a draw. And that means that we're ending this portion of the match, the 5+1 match, with 6.5 to 3.5 for Nihal.
Yeah, a sizable lead. But the good news for Aronyak, plenty of time left in the match, 90 minutes of chess left to be played, including an hour of 3+1. So Aronyak is playing well. He's playing to a high level. It's just not quite enough to defeat the monster. So we will see what kind of adjustments they make in the next segment, and we will give them a short break to think about those adjustments. Anna Maya, we will be back. Don't go anywhere. We're watching one of the most interesting matches of the first round. You don't want to miss Nihal Sarin. You're watching the Junior Speed Chess Championship presented by SIG. We will be back with a 3+1 segment in just a couple of moments.
This is going to be a real-time breakdown of Danny Wrench's games all time on chess.com.
That's cool. Oh! In the last month, I am playing 83.12.
I'm less accurate than them in every stage.
Yeah.
Man, that stings a little
you
bit.
You should do the more game review.
Okay. Yeah, thanks a lot. Okay, so
Tuesday sucks. I gotta stop playing chess on Tuesday. Oh, it's because it's Title Tuesday.
Look how many blunders there were back in December 2020. And now December 2021, 1,600. Don't look at this number. look at this number. Best.
Let's go to tactics. Mates. I'll probably need to work on these ones. Yep.
Every single rook fork that has presented itself to me, I have found. No one has a higher percentage of rook forks than I do. Yes, correct.
These are literally the knight forks that you missed.
I missed knight d6?
You saw it just now.
What the is wrong with me?
I could have done here and then taken this pawn, and I'm winning because my pawns get held together. That's probably the coolest part about this feature.
Like these positions against Hess. Rook there for rook e2. And he blunders mid in one. Oh my goodness. I'm awful.
Classified trading is a game really that you're playing with competitors and basically every market participant in the world. My path, I came in as a poker player, but I think that the main thing that everybody has in common is a sense of competitiveness and interest in gaming and strategy in general. Yes, you can actually use gaming skills for your career and for something to do on a day-to-day basis.
Women's Speed Chess Championship is returning this May. The WSCC is the most important online tournament for titled women in the world. Stay tuned to chess.com for all the action, which begins in May.
Indeed, Anamaya, you won't want to miss that tournament. We hope you're not missing this JSCC match between Nihal Sarin and Aronyak Ghosh as we look at the Smarter Chess stats presented by chessgoals.com. 5-minute portion is in the books. It wasn't quite the blowout that Smarter Chess predicted, so I'm excited to report that Smarter Chess was wrong, because I always take pleasure in saying that, and it's predicting another blowout in the 3+1. What are your thoughts on that, Anamaya?
Seeing how Aronyak has been holding up so far, I don't think it will be as bad as the prediction is suggesting by Smarter Chess, saying that it's going to be an 8-2 lead for Nihal. But yeah, we have to see if he's able to hold on to this because he's been doing well so far. It is not enough to take the lead in the event, but he's definitely showing that he's capable of holding his own against Nihal in the majority of the games.
And it's hard to say exactly what he's done wrong, right? It's hard to pinpoint because I feel like every game that he has lost for a different reason. Some of them were, most of the time he's just gotten outplayed in the middle game. And it's just, Nihal is just better. So
yeah,
Aronyak,
I was going to say.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I was going to say it's really easy and simple. Nihal is just better. He's built different. He's also the much more experienced player in this match. He has played an insane amount. Did you know that he has played 17,000 games so far?
17,000 Blitz games? That's
yes.
Unbelievable.
That's an incredible stat. Yes.
That is
so,
nuts.
Yeah, it's really, really incredible. And yeah, I remember that Aronyak played a little bit over 2,400 Blitz games, as you can see here on the Insights stats. So that is some crazy stats. Having played over 2,000 games is already incredible, but 17,000 games, that's a lot. That's a lot.
That's next level. And of course, Bullet, he's played probably an equivalent amount.
I wouldn't be surprised.
And he's experienced, of course, also in JSCC. There's nothing quite like just knowing the drill and knowing what it feels like to play in front of. When you play your first match, it's inevitable that nerves come into play. Even if you're a grandmaster, even if you have played in high pressure situations, it's not the same. And for Nihal, he knows the drill. He's played in the SCC, the JSCC so many times by now. For him, it's just another day at the office.
Absolutely, Tanya. And we are still waiting for the games to start. We are going to be tuning in soon in the start of the 3+1 portion of the match that will last for 90 minutes. So we're gradually decreasing the time as we go on in the rest of this match. But yeah, still a lot of games to be played.
A lot of games to be played and a lot of money to be apportioned between the players. Let's review real fast the prizes for the main event. Of course, NMI, the main prize by far is the ticket to the SCC that the winner will receive. But there's also a prize to the winner, and we're in the round of 16, and there's also a lot of money divided by win percentage. So even if you're technically out of the match, you don't fold over and lose the rest of the games. A lot of money at stake every single game.
Yeah, exactly. $500 divided by win percentage, at least in this match. So every single game counts for something. You would think that if there's like a big difference in the score, you would already like call the day, but every single point counts.
Yeah, no, it's not even a cliche. It's very true. And yeah, again, it's a 3-point lead. Let's not pretend that the match is over. You know, Aronyak still with plenty of chances, and all it will take is one win. Is again, a 2-point lead sounds so much different, weirdly, from a 3-point lead. Whereas if you talk about a 4-point lead versus a 3-point lead, I claim that it sounds different. Like that sounds pretty similar. You know what I'm saying?
I agree. Yeah, the 2-point lead still feels like, you know, it's manageable. You can definitely like, you just win 2 games and you're already tied on the same score.
And okay, the games in the 3+1 portion have kicked off. Nihal has the white pieces and an open Sicilian. So he's refrained from the bishop b5 check that he was playing in the 5-minute portion. And
yeah, in one of the first games, we saw Nihal going for the line with d takes c5, not going for knight c3. It's interesting to see that he is going for knight c3 this time.
b3, oh my god, that is one of the rarest moves in this position. Now, the funny thing is I actually have, I'm aware of it. I looked at it really briefly before the US Championship. Nihal is b3. You kidding me? It's almost a novelty.
Yeah, I really like the looks of it, putting the bishop on b2, but now Aronyak is making good use of the situation, playing e5 and making sure that the bishop has nothing to do on this diagonal.
But it will have something to do on a3, as it'll pressure the d6 pawn. So I think Nihal is going to go c4, set up the kind of Marozzi bind in the center, and then start pressuring Black's center pawns. White's got a great position out of this. I think I'll pick this up for White.
Yeah, it's really nice to see. And yeah, you see the d6 pawn being in some trouble already. Not yet, of course, because it's defended and only attacked once. But we are going to see queen d2, rook a d1 happen very quickly. And Black will be in some slight trouble.
And Aronyak trying as hard as he can to get that knight to d4. But Nihal, it beats him to the punch. He gets his own knight to d5. Queen d8 and f4 striking at the king side.
Yeah, the knight got all the way to d4. But White could even consider taking that knight at a moment that will be right for White.
Yeah, but Aronyak has done a great job of rerouting his pieces. Bishop comes to e6. And now he is ready to capture White's knight on d5. I feel like Nihal didn't get as much out of that position as I thought he would.
Yeah, and you would want to see maybe some attack with f5. But it feels like you need some more support for that pawn push, especially because after bishop takes e5, like all the pawns will be a little bit spread out, and e4 will be a move to consider for Black.
Yep, so that's why he took with the c-pawn, but a5, another great move by Aronyak, starting to pressure the queen side with a4. Nihal, ooh, I thought he could have played rook df1 and just ignored everything.
Yeah, but he plays it safe and sound, as usual. And Aronyak goes for queen h4.
Ooh, and it's starting to get really unpleasant for Nihal as the e4 pawn is hanging. Rook a2 is a threat, and that bishop from g7 can, can actually get really active through h6. This is all of a sudden very unpleasant for white.
Yeah, and I'm not seeing much for the white bishops on the queen side. I mean, the bishop is looking at the knight on d4, so it's at least able to capture that knight if needed. But the other bishop isn't doing much at all either.
Yeah, Nihal kind of walked into bishop h6, which I'm sure he saw. Now, don't go rook a2, because if bishop takes d4, that's a tricky idea. How does black actually improve? Bishop f4, another great move.
Bishop g3. And yeah, it's very rough for... Oh, he trades. He trades the queens off the board.
Yeah, I mean, the endgame looks amazing, too. Look at this. Just total domination here.
Absolutely. And yeah, the bishop on f4 is just really well placed. If there's going to be bishop c1 played, I think that's actually a blunder in this position, because bishop takes, rook takes, and... oh, I was going to say knight e2, but that's not even the move. But yeah, if bishop c1, we're going to move the bishop to g3 anyways.
And the rook is in trouble as Nihal trades on g6 and goes b4, trying to get something going here. That's a discovered attack against the rook. Where is the rook going to go? I guess c2.
c2, yeah. Looks very logical. And now you can play rook b2, but he goes rook b8 instead. I'm making sure there's no rook b1 to save everything on the b file. And now what do you do against bishop d3? Okay, he goes for rook c3, and now the pawns, white pawns are becoming very dangerous, but so do blacks.
Yeah, black's pawns are even more dangerous. He's got connected passers, whereas white, the e-pawn is not passed because of the f-pawn. So black can contain white's pawns. White should not be able to contain black's pawns. But again, I have a feeling that Nihal is going to find a way back into this game. F takes c6. Let's see.
Yeah, okay, he takes with the rook rather than with the pawn, because with the rook, he can create more play over there. And yeah, he needs to try to go for something here. And rook c1 has been played, allowing rook c6 after the trade.
Yeah, rook takes c1 and rook c6. And then if black goes d2, then white can just stop that with bishop e2. I feel like this is a big moment. Nihal can somehow restrain black's pawns. I mean, this move is understandable, right? You're trying to remove the defender, but unfortunately the other rook, you could even take on g6 first and then play rook c6.
Indeed, and I think the biggest issue in this position is the opposite color bishops, because of the fact that after d2, the bishop is able to cover the square d1 very easily. Black was not able to cover that square himself. So I think that is the biggest issue in this position for black. And this is why white is able to consolidate and slowly push back.
And I think rook e4 might be the drawing move, although then there's a very nasty check on c5. Nihal pushes his pawn to d7, and this will be a heartbreaker for Aronyak if he fails to win, which it increasingly looks like he will, just because of how well he played. And he outplayed Nihal in that middle game. And Nihal...
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, rook b6 could be a move, but I don't think it will give you much. Rook c6 looks like a more natural move, attacking the pawn on c4. And once you get the pawn on c4, you will also be able to get the pawn on d3, at least putting pressure on it and making sure it doesn't promote.
That's exactly right. Amazingly, d2, he takes on c4 with check. No, this looks like a draw. Rook takes c4, rook takes d7. And then d2 is a threat in that position. And it's not that easy to stop, actually.
Yeah, would you say it is holdable if you sacrifice the bishop for that pawn? Because there's not a lot of pawns left.
I was thinking about that. I was going to say it is, especially if, obviously, if you can trade the remaining pawn. And I think Nihal's going for it.
He is.
Let's see if he's going to hold.
Yeah, it's a little bit difficult, especially since the pawn is not on the side of the board. That would be definitely much easier for Nihal to equalize that position. But at the same time, you're facing two pawns over there. How are you going to cross them without trading your pawn?
I think black actually made a very subtle mistake there by not putting his rook on the third rank. He's let Nihal put his rook on the third rank. Why is that so good? Because now the g3 pawn is so well protected, and rook d3 is almost always a draw because white can trade. No, now it's just king g5, and white is like winning, just flat, straight up winning the pawn. Oh, okay, trade.
Yeah, and this should be holdable, but I've seen rook and bishop versus rook positions that suddenly go the other way around. So I'm curious to see if Aronyak is able to pull something off here.
Yeah, I mean, he should be able to with 10 seconds for Nihal. This is one of the hardest endgames to defend, period. Even though it's a theoretical draw, and there's a huge difference between that and an actual draw. And already he's on the cusp of getting mated. How does he defend?
There is a checkmate threat.
Rook
Rook A5. You covered with Rook H5.
Only move, and he's threatening Rook F5 check to toss White's to toss Black's king off of F3 and then G4.
I'm surprised he didn't try to take that pawn by playing Rook G4 check. To at least get rid of that pawn and try to find some checkmate pattern.
Now the pawn is a huge headache. I mean, Nihal's just pushing it. King H5, G6. Wait, he can even maybe take on F2. He can probably take on F2 here.
And he goes for it.
How did he draw that so easily? I mean, he literally drew this from a position of strength. It's crazy.
Yeah, what a phenomenal job by Nihal saving that position. It looked super promising for Aronyak, but it was not enough. It was not enough. He's not able to convert that to a full point.
And these are the games, right, that in retrospect he's going to be regretting, because he was winning for sure. He did everything right, and just at the last second, that rook trade when he played Rook D1, that was the big mistake, underestimating White's counterplay with his past d-pawn. And we've seen this one before. I'm getting some deja vu.
Yeah, exactly. We see, okay, knight e5 again. Knights are now being traded off the board. Does that make a big difference? I mean, obviously there's no d4 in this position for White, which you preferably would want to play, but bishop h3 is putting some pressure on that king of White.
Yeah, and again, Nihal, I think, likes this idea of trading the fianchettoed bishop. I mean, who doesn't, right?
Yeah, indeed. And we've seen many positions where there's a knight versus bishop. So we could be ending up in the same position, but I'm not expecting Aronyak to take on e5 voluntarily, despite the fact that his knight on e4 is pretty good.
Yeah, it is. But another thing is, if you trade, you will never be able to gain control of the A file. And that could present a problem. He goes knight g5, and Nihal says, I like, I'm doing the same thing. And you got to watch out if you're White. I mean, queen takes f2 and knight e3 is sometimes an idea. There's all sorts of tactics on the king side that Nihal might be cooking up here. Bishop
and it looks like White that could actually take over on the A file. Like bishop takes c3, queen takes c3. Maybe there's going to be like some rook on a2 being stacked on their A file.
Exactly. No, all of a sudden, I feel like the next couple of moves are going to be critical. Let's see who is able to gain the upper hand here.
Yeah, it looks like Black has more chances here. I don't really see what is White able to do in this position. He goes for bishop. He goes for the queen trade. What a surprising move.
Oh, but that's actually very, very tricky, because if White takes on f6, if we look at Nihil's board, after he takes f6, all of a sudden there's an attack on e2. Now you could say, no problem, I go knight e4. But then Black goes f5. And after knight c3, Black can go rook a3. Maybe this is not dangerous. The eval bar doesn't seem to think that this is dangerous. But I feel like this is what Nihal is intending. And this is happening.
I think from a practical point of view, it's much better for Black. Just because you're the one attacking, you're playing actively. And White has to be very passive in the defending mode. And that is not as easy.
I think there's one concrete problem for Nihal, though, and that is that White wants to play rook a1. And if you can... Oh, rook takes c3 and exchange sacrifice.
And after rook f1, knight e3 check.
Although then there's king f3.
Yeah, you're not going to be able to save that.
So
okay,
White,
go through v2 first.
Now it's a threat, and that knight is jumping around, taking all the pawns. The eval bar is skeptical. Maybe White should just try to break through with c5. Oh, he infiltrates to a7. I like it.
However, after knight takes d3, there's maybe knight c5, and you can cover everything, but it's not so clear.
Rook a8, rook c8 is the right approach, and he plays it.
Yeah, and now you cannot defend your pawn on c7. You can, however, put pressure on the pawn on c4. You can play... Oh, he goes for c6. I was considering to play rook c2, but this works just as fine because you cannot attack the pawn on d6 just yet.
You can't, and Black certainly can attack the pawn on c4, and he does. And there's also the idea of going f4.
Oh, he plays c5.
No, but now it should be a draw. Even if even if you trade it, that position is, I think, holdable just because of how nice Black's knight is and the fact that Black's pawns are, they're not just solid, they are like unbreakable.
Yeah, indeed. And he goes for f4 first, making sure that the f4 move is not going to happen from white, so the knight on e5 can stay there. And it's doing so much over there.
I feel like Nihal is playing this for a win with Black.
You believe so?
Yeah, although it's obviously completely unwinnable, it's basically a dead draw, just because of how solid Black is.
Right.
But let's see. You never know what can happen. That's why we watch the JSCC. No, you can never predict what can happen in a game, ever.
Yeah, indeed. Yeah, I can see, like, in a very big fantasy world, a king being planted all the way on h3, but not in this game.
The knight swinging around to f5. White could just, no, he doesn't play knight f5. I was going to say White can force a draw by taking the knight. Even here, it's a dead draw. But no need for that.
Right.
Just don't miss the port.
Yeah, he's still trying something. He's trying to put pressure on that pawn on f7 in some way. But Nihal is playing very solid, and it's hard to break through here for both sides.
And a draw is, I think, well, we're about to find out if Nihal is playing for a win, which would be absurd. I think he should take the draw, and he does.
He does.
And 2 draws to start the 3-minute portion. The lead remains at 3. It's in limbo. Who can strike first here?
Yeah, it's kind of crazy. Like, once again, Aronyak is able to hold his own against Nihal. He's doing such a great job, but we really need to start seeing those points come in if he wants to have a chance to beat Nihal in this match. But yeah, with the 3-point lead, Nihal is not risking anything. The draws are just fine. And yeah, he's just having a good time.
Yeah, he's playing solid, and he's really sped up. I mean, really, since the first part of the 5-minute portion, he has kind of changed his strategy. That might be something, you know, if he ends up winning the match, definitely something to ask about. No, but this looks great for him. Queen c3 check and b4. I don't love the way Aronyak has handled the opening.
Yeah, I like what White is doing here. b4. The a3 pawn looks a bit scary, but at the same time, it's very vulnerable. It's really hard to defend that pawn. And it seems like as Nihal will improve the position of his pieces, he's going to put more pressure on the opponent. And now the d5 pawn is under huge pressure.
Man, look at it, all sides. And bishop could come to f3 as well. I think you hit the nail on the head. That black rook is tied down to the a3 pawn. And, you know, that's not something Black can afford because of how flimsy his overall position is. I would even consider bishop f3 here. He takes on d5 first.
Agreed. Yeah, he takes first, and yeah, maybe he wants to take again just to make sure that there is bishop f3 and the pawn will not be able to move.
There's a funny tactic: take twice on d5 and bishop f3.
Wow, and the fact that there's no way to counter that, it's crazy.
Yeah, I think that might have been even the most accurate approach, but Nihal, he breaks through with b5, undermining the c6 pawn, and he wants to get himself a passer on c6.
Yeah, and this is looking really good for Nihal. I'm not entirely sure what Aronyak is going to be able to do here. Yeah, even like bishop b7, like it's such a passive move, and you do not want to play that.
No, but sometimes I feel like you have to do something like that with Black, because going for the DC-BC position, unless you can win this pawn somehow, which is really unlikely, White's going to have an advantage for an eternity.
Yeah, exactly. And after bishop takes c4, queen c5 is an idea that pops in mind, pinning that bishop on c4. And after rook d4, you will be able to take that pawn on c6.
That's actually a crucial detail, maybe one that Nihal underestimated when playing b5. Otherwise, bishop takes c4 would be essentially winning for White. With this queen c5 move, it comes to the rescue. And speaking of
plays rook
rescuing,
d6. Are we going to see another exchange sacrifice?
Took the words right out of my mouth. I think it's still possible. He goes rook a d1 first. He's definitely thinking about it. I would actually create some luft first, h4 maybe.
Yeah, I think the problem in this position with the queen on c5 is that after rook takes e6, f takes e6, there's queen takes f2 or rook takes f2. causing a lot of problems. So I'm not
Yeah.
sure at this point. Maybe he needs to move the bishop first to f3 to make sure that the file is closed. But other than that, I think yeah, he needs to think of something else in this position.
Yeah, because rook b2 now becomes a big headache. And in black, what's impressive to me is that Aronyak has been able to use this pawn as a strength rather than as a weakness. I think we're going to see rook b2. I'm curious. Oh, he goes rook d8. He gives up f2 with check.
Wow. And the bishop on f3 is holding the entire position on the king side together, making sure that g2 is defended and also defending the rook on d1 if needed, you know?
Nihal is focusing single-mindedly on promoting the pawn and actually on creating mate threats. So queen f2, king h1, and then white was threatening rook takes f8 and queen h8 with queen d8 mate. So black gets the rook back to b8, which probably is the best decision.
Yeah, and it's so strange to see the position with the pawns on the c file and also the queen's placed right behind or in front of it. You do not see like those pawns being passers on the same file often.
It's a rare situation for sure. Now they're in a standoff. Rook e1 looks good to me. Rook e1 and rook e5 could be one idea. I feel like black's king is definitely, you know, it definitely got the shorter end of the stick. But how does white actually make specific progress here? That's
maybe with your idea and then try to take on h5.
And gh5, there's some rook g5 ideas. He goes rook d4. Where is he going?
b6, big threat to take queen b2.
Yep.
Yeah, and both players are around 1 minute on the clock now, so we're getting close to a time scramble, but we might see repetition. Okay, Nihal denies the repetition, goes g3 instead, creating some loot for the king.
Yeah, he might do the classic king g2 or king h2 and then repeat the process with rook d4. It's not so easy for black to find a move.
Bishop g4?
Did he blunder? What did he blunder? Bishop d5?
I think so. Bishop d5, queen f6.
Oh, it's just overwhelming, isn't it? There's also rook d5. Oh, rook d5, queen takes c6, and rook takes h5.
Right, what a move.
With queen h8 mate. Unbelievable.
What a tactic.
I had a little help in finding this, but let's see if Nihal is able to spot this. And he does, and he takes on g4. He goes for the more straightforward approach, but this should be a draw. That was easy to miss. Rook takes h5, not the easiest move to see.
Yeah, indeed. And let's have a look. Yeah, you cannot take the pawn on a3 because the rook was under attack. But yeah, we see a trade of pawns on the queen side, and now, yeah, this should be a draw.
Another draw is essentially inevitable as Nihal, he's low on time, but this position is very easy to play.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm not seeing a blunder happen here. But we're gonna have to wait and see how the draw is gonna happen. It's not gonna happen in a few moves. Oh,
and Nihal could have repeated with queen c8. Again, I think he's the one playing. Oh, he's got 1 second though. Oh, he's getting himself really down to like 0.5. Repeat with queen c8. No, he goes queen f6.
He's going for it.
Yeah, but even if black goes just queen e6, it's impossible to put more pressure on that g4 pawn.
Okay, he's still not repeating. He's going h5.
Still not. Yeah, black is repeating. Black's just going king g8, king g7. Nihal's the one with 5 seconds. Does it matter?
There's he just avoids it.
How does he hope to even come close to winning this? I don't understand.
I think in those 17,000 games, he has seen a lot of miracles happen.
And he has been on the winning end of a lot of them. I think he's getting his king up and maybe trying to get into a pawn end game with superior king position in some cases. But queen e6 is a draw. Yeah.
Yeah, and that's queen e3.
Queen e3 still doesn't want to give it away.
He finds those moves, and even if you take, I think it's still fine, right?
It has, yeah.
f5.
It takes an f5, yeah, definitely a draw. And I think that's what Aronyak is calculating. Even f5 here is good.
He doesn't trade.
He's a little bit worried. And Nihal continues to play. He's hoping that Aronyak will blunder a pawn. This is really amazing.
It's incredible.
King back. King D6, Queen D3.
Queen E3?
Check.
Yes. You have to take.
Taken. Oh, and black is going to have to trade in King D4 and King E6. So this is still a draw, but it's close.
Yeah.
F5. Okay.
Yeah, King F6, and the king has to go back, or F3, and this is a simple draw.
That's nuts, though, how long he was able to drag that on.
Wow. Yeah, that went on for quite some time, and Nihal was, yeah, I find it incredible, the fighting spirit Nihal has. He is going until the very end. Either he's winning, he might be able to lose that position as well in like some miracle world, but he goes to the very end until there are 2 Bear Kings left.
Yeah, he's a fighter, and he did miss that win in the middle game, which is something he's not going to be happy with after he analyzes the game, but the lead remains at 3.
Absolutely. We're back to this line in the English, and this time the knight retreats to F6.
And there's that C6 move that you had pointed out that he played the first time, and the first time he played E5, whereas we were thinking more along the lines of D5 to blunt the bishop.
Exactly.
Knight H3 going to G5. Very creative play here by Aronyak. Not a maneuver that you see every day. How often do you play Knight F4, H3, G5?
If I get to H3, I will probably want to go to F4. But if I go from F4 to H3, yeah, that rarely happens. But it is an improvement.
Queen A1, great move by Aronyak. He has an advantage here. E5,
yeah, and
you can play C5. C5.
And now you're kind of forced to play E5, otherwise you're very passive on the king side. But now indeed C5 breaking through in the center. And yeah, you gotta be worried about that pawn on E5.
And I'm sensing a little bit of frustration from Nihal in the last 2 games. And I think this is the chance for Aronyak. If he's got Nihal frustrated that he's not expanding the lead, that might lead to some unobjective decisions. But how does White respond to this? Because if you play Bishop B2, actually, I think you should play Bishop B2 because there was some tactics there with Rook takes B2, but it didn't work.
Okay, yeah, he goes Knight E4, making sure that the tactic is not available whatsoever. And yeah, Bishop B2 safe and sound.
And we've got Hess in the chat saying that Aronyak has been playing super well throughout this match for sure. I mean, to stay afloat against Nihal already by definition means that you're playing super well.
Yeah, the smartest chess predictions were saying that there was going to be huge lead by Nihal, but Aronyak has been doing so well so far. He's not been able to have a lead throughout the entire match, but the fact that he's able to hold his own for so long and keeping Nihal on those draws is already very impressive.
Yeah, I mean, the smartest chess prediction was 8-2 in the 3+1 portion. It's kind of safe to say that that's probably not going to happen. We're about halfway through the 3-minute portion, and there hasn't been a single decisive game.
Indeed, yeah, we have had, I believe, 3 draws so far. So there were some winning chances left and right, but not too crazy, not too straightforward. So yeah, both players have been playing really well.
Yes, they have, and another very good position here for Aronyak, but can he cash it in is the question. He's got his queen and bishop nicely positioned, pressuring E5. The move F3, F4 should definitely be seriously considered. As he brings his bishop back to C3, he certainly does not mind a trade, right?
Yeah, indeed. The knight is plays so much better than this bishop. The bishop on G7 was not doing much. So he brings it to H6. But now...
Bishop E5.
Oh. What a nice tactic.
And if Rook E8, which I think Nihal might have been relying on, F3, F4, defending the bishop and intercepting Black's bishop at the same time. He missed it.
What a move, Aronyak. Wow.
White is basically winning. Now he's up a pawn. He's got much better pieces, and he needs to win this game. He absolutely has to cash this in.
Yeah, absolutely. And yeah, there's so many squares accessible to the pieces of White. White is able to play knight c5 in the next move if he wants to. Okay, so Nihal goes for the rook trade basically, but it doesn't feel like Black has a lot of chances after that to equalize, because White's pieces are placed so well.
They are, and the queen can infiltrate to A8. The black king is going to be permanently really, really weak. Whoa, queen A8? No, I feel like Nihal is just collapsing here. Queen A8.
Yeah, you don't really have many checks. Queen D1 check. I just move my king over, either to H2 or G2.
I guess Nihal will take on D3 there, but I there's no way that that actually works. I mean, bishop D. No. See, this is where Aronyak is stumbling. In these situations, he's playing way too passively and giving Nihal chances.
You're absolutely right. Yeah, Queen A8 was a really, really decisive move there in a really critical position. And now Nihal is able to retreat without having consequences of moves like Bishop D6.
Right, and it's easy to say, oh, he should have done this and sacrificed a pawn. But at the same time, those lines were not that hard to calculate. And he has plenty of time on the clock. He's still winning, though. He should be able to grind this one out. But when you give Nihal unnecessary chances, I think everybody kind of knows what ends up happening a lot of the time.
Absolutely. F6 is now being played by Nihal, kicking the bishop from E5, but the bishop is still going to remain on this diagonal. However, with the pawn at F6 being so well defended, the bishop is not doing so much anymore.
And so he tries to trade it in order to carve out perhaps the D6 square for the knight. But I think black is doing a lot better than he was like 7 moves ago.
Yeah, indeed. And now F5, it weakens a lot of squares. Like G5 is really interesting for the knight now.
Oh, but if you play bishop E7, then black plays F takes E4, and if you play D takes E4, you lose your queen.
What a tactic!
Jeez. It doesn't matter the position. He will find something tricky. So this is essentially forced, but now black's knight is pretty well placed.
Yeah, I would say the bishop has to go to E5 through D4. It consolidates really well, but you have to look out that if the queen manages to get all the way to E2, you might face knight E3, but there's a queen trade here. Is White going to trade that?
Well, I don't think so. Yeah, he doesn't, because if you trade, all of the pawns are on light squares. You cannot attack them. I think black simply has a fortress there. So Aronyak trying to infiltrate to H8. But of course, there's also fork possibility on D5. So maybe you should get your
Queen
king.
E5?
But then I take it and go King F7. I'm not sure that's winning.
Ooh.
Knight B5. Oh my God, he blundered a bishop. He blundered a bishop, Knight B5 on the next move. Oh my God, he's gonna lose.
Oh my goodness, Knight B5, you could not stop that. And there's no Queen C4 because the knight is still gonna take your bishop.
Oh, and he finds a really nice resource though. Queen E8 check, but Nihal will hide on H7. Unbelievable. And it still might be a draw, but I don't see White saving this. The psychological effect of this is too great.
Wow, what a find.
Unbelievable. And it's honestly because of Queen A8.
Yeah, this is crazy. And there's no counterplay here for Aronyak. And as I say that, he gets opportunities to move that pawn in some way, because now the knight is in a really awkward spot.
Yeah, Queen C8 would have led to repetition. Now he's allowed Nihal to get his queen to B7, which is a big improvement. I mean, it's very hard for black to make progress because of the lack of shelter for his king.
Exactly, and both players are very low on time, so they're playing really quickly as well. So it's really easy to make a blunder over here. But so far, Nihal has been doing well, consolidating his pieces over the board. But Aronyak is trying.
Yeah, but look at how black has somehow gotten his king out of the corner and to the center, like in the span of 2 seconds. And now it's going forward to D5, and he's going to win the D4 pawn. And I think Nihal is going to win this game. At this point, he's just winning. Knight C6. King takes D4. There goes that pawn.
Yeah, and I don't see a repetition either.
King E4 might be possible even.
Yeah, this should be winning, but still, it's not so simple. You really need to, first of all, get out of the checks and then find a plan to make use of the fact that you're up a piece.
Yeah, he could have traded queens there with Queen E4, but White had a breakthrough with F5, so he wasn't sure about that. But you're absolutely right. It's not enough to escape the checks. White is also very solid pawn structure-wise.
Yeah, so they're shuffling around. Oh my god, I thought that was the queen, but the knight is defending the queen.
Right.
My heart almost dropped. Yeah, so now he's not going for the repetition, but it's always good to give a check just to get like that extra second on the clock. Knight b7, it's just so difficult in this position to convert it. Like the queen is just haunting you back and forth. And you know what I'm worried about, Danya? The 50 move rule.
Oh yeah, no, definitely. It's becoming a factor. I think they probably made around like 40 moves. So Nihal and going h4 here just might actually lead to a loss because white takes on h4 and can break through with h4. I know this is going to be a draw, I think, but still, this has taken tons of time off the clock. Oh, now Nihal was ready to play h4. No,
he doesn't do it.
He had a chance.
Yeah, he needs to get that h4 in very soon. Otherwise, it's going to be really difficult to keep on playing. As the moves are being played.
Does he have enough moves? I don't know if he does. Queen a1, this is sundial.
I almost forgot about the 50 move rule. Oh, where's the king going?
Queen d1, he's winning. Now he's winning, but can Aronyak like drag this out for enough moves? Oh, it's still not 50 move rule. Now Nihal's going to take on the next move. Queen b7. The trade is happening.
Resignation.
Wait, I would have made a move. Actually, I'm very curious to see. Wait a minute.
I think there were still a couple of moves left.
Oh my God, move 77 was the capture?
Yes.
It was move 124. Oh, three more moves.
Wow, what a perfect timing from Nihal.
What a heartbreaker. And that took an hour off the clock. There's only 25 minutes left in the portion. Aronyak loses the game and he gets down by 4 points. That is what Nihal Sarin does. He breaks you. And Aronyak now needs a miracle here to come back. But the break could not come at a better time. He needs to catch his breath and recuperate from what we just saw.
Absolutely. He put such a great fight. I'm really excited to see Aronyak doing so well. But this last game, it got so close. We were so close to the 50 move rule, but Nihal was able to drag it all the way to this point and then force a capture and win the game.
He's unbelievable. All right, quick break for the players. The rest of the 3-minute portion is coming up. You do not want to miss the rest of this fascinating match. You're watching the Junior Speed Chess Championship presented by SIG. We'll have the rest of the 3+1 portion for you coming on the other side of this break.
Classified trading is a game really that you're playing with competitors and basically every market participant in the world. My path, I came in as a poker player, but I think that the main thing that everybody has in common is a sense of competitiveness and interest in gaming and strategy in general. Yes, you can actually use gaming skills for your career and for something to do on a day-to-day basis.
Yeah, this is not what you want. Rook b5. You have to play like this.
Could this be a draw?
It should be, but I'm worried. Even if Fabiano's ahead in the clock, I'm worried for his time.
Yeah, but if you might play rook takes c5 at some point.
Oh!
What
Sorry.
an idea!
Okay, but it actually helps black
But
out.
it's not going with the a file. Now black's got activity. No, it's going to backfire for Fabi. Knight takes a4. Now Sergey's rooks are streaming in.
Yes, here comes the first one, and then the second one, rook g1 check. I think he missed rook g1.
F6, huge.
Queen h7. Queen h7.
Queen h6. Now Fabi's queen is running amok.
Okay, c5.
It's c5. Here he comes from the other side. D6.
D6.
No.
Queen e4 is mate. It's mate. Oh my goodness.
Oh my God.
Look at Fabiano. You always say you drink water when you do something right. That is the Fabiano finale, the knockout punch. That is checkmate on the board, and Fabiano sails through.
The next stateofchess.com show is coming up this Thursday, 2 days from now, and it's going to be big. We can't give you any spoilers, but there are a couple of massive announcements coming your way. Join none other than I am Danny Wrench, Thursday, April 21st at 9 a.m. Pacific, noon Eastern. Speaking of big news, we also wanted to let you know that chess.com is hiring. If you ever wanted to make chess your career, well, this is the time to act. We're currently looking for a vice president of member experience, head of growth, senior coordinating producer, and many others. I heard they're also looking for a commentator that makes the commentaries on time. Head to chess.com/jobs for information and to apply today, chess.com/jobs. All right, we're watching the JSCC, the champion Nihal Sarin facing off against Aronyak Ghosh with Women's International Master Aronyak Kazarian and Maya. It's been a interesting topsy-turvy match. That last game we just saw might actually be the story of the match so far.
Indeed, Danyad. We see that Nihal has been doing phenomenal. He is super solid, doesn't take much risks. And on the other hand, we have Aronyak doing so well. He's been defending super well. He's able to get to this point in the match where, like, the match, I mean, the score isn't that close, but compared to the predictions, what the Smarter Chess predictions suggested, this score should have been much, much more less close. So it's really good to see Aronyak being able to hold his own for such a long time. But I'm curious to see if he's able to hold on to this, because we have so many games still to go. And yeah, Nihal is just playing super solid. It's really hard to break through Nihal.
And even when you do break through, the game doesn't end there. We saw in the last game, I think Aronyak is playing aggressively when he needs to, but the moment he gets into one of those winning positions, that's when I feel like he starts hesitating. He starts seeing ghosts. He starts seeing Ghosh. Okay, I'm going to stop that there. And you can't blame him when you're playing Nihal, because you feel like there's a monster at every corner.
Exactly. And what I think is beautiful to see is that they make this time control look like so long, like more like rapid rather than blitz. Like, they're playing such clean chess. And I think we haven't really pointed this out, but they're playing really clean chess. And obviously they're super high rated. They're super strong players. But it's really interesting to see that even in 3+1, they're able to play such clean chess. And it comes down to the final seconds most of the times.
Yeah, and when you're the one playing a 3-minute game, it almost feels like bullet. So for them to produce this effect, I completely agree with you. It's pretty indicative of the level of play and the rapidity of their thinking. Okay, so E4 by Nihal, we have sort of a Nimzo Larsen, a kind of reverse a Nimzo Indian structure.
Right, and Black is trying to play really aggressively on the queen side, but I don't think White is really worried. Like, there's so much tension going on in the center along the E file. E takes D5 might be just around the corner, or even E5, and start a queen side an attack on the king side.
And he does just that. E5 and C4 striking at the center, trying to slow down Black's pawns, because Aronyak's plan is very obvious. He wants to play A4 and he wants to take on B3 and infiltrate down the A file. We've seen a couple of games that featured these ideas. So I agree with you, NMI. I think white should probably get on with business here because he doesn't have a long time.
Indeed, yeah. And we see Aronyak going for knight c7. His knights are being regrouped together towards the queen side, but is it enough? I'm not entirely sure. You want to play f6 maybe at one point, but yeah, it's not looking great with the e6 pawn being so weak. What is d4? Yeah,
I'm trying to wrap my head around that move. I actually think that's a very ingenious move. So the point is, okay, rook a b8, just keeping the tension and threatening b takes c4 because the bishop on b2 is going to be hanging.
Wow, yeah,
What
there's a lot of tension
position.
going on.
An incredible amount. I mean, Nihal might just move his bishop back and throw the ball right into black's court. He goes CD, so he's the first one to discharge the tension.
Yeah, and now the knight can jump to e4. It's a really beautiful square because not only is it able to jump to d6, but it could potentially create some problems on the f6 square, especially if you're able to support that square with the g pawn.
That's exactly right. And you could also support it with the bishop by playing d takes c5 first. So I mean, if I'm black, I would go c4. I would go c4. Aronyak going queen d8. So he wants to protect the d6 square with his bishop. That makes sense as well.
Yeah, he's playing a bit passively, but there's nothing much you can do here. Like he's only on one hand trying to create a lot of play on the queen side, but at the same time, his pieces are a little bit behind there, playing a bit passively. And for me, it looks very clear White's idea is really to try to break open position on the king side and start attacking there. Because what can black actually do there if you decide to push those pawns?
That's a great question. And black hasn't created sufficient queenside play yet. The Evo bar seems to think that black's excellent knight on d5 and perhaps white's weakened king gives black the advantage. But I feel like it's one of those positions where it's very hard to play it from a practical perspective. Ooh, he allows knight f6 check. I guess Aronyak is saying that it's not scary after king h8.
Yeah, indeed. And I like what Aronyak is trying. He's trying to be a bit more aggressive, trying to move his knight a bit further into the position. He's controlling the square d3, and he might be able to make use of that. Maybe he would consider trading the queens with queen d3.
Yep. And then I think Nihal would drop the queen away to g2. This is what's happening. And then queen h3 becomes a threat. I think Aronyak has underestimated queen g2 here.
Yeah, probably. It looks very, very tempting to play queen d3, but yeah, queen g2, and you're just going to be able to push those pawns on the king side. And there's not much that black has in this position. I mean, you are able to attack on the queen side, but it might just be too slow.
And it is, I think, too slow. Queen h3 might be the good way to start. And then after h6, there is some sort of tactic there, some sort of crushing blow. It might be.
Feels like you're not hitting anything there. I mean, no, you're not really. Like everything is well defended.
And rook c3 is correct. That's the move. You get the queen off of d3. Oh, wait, knight h4 traps the queen? Are you kidding me?
Seriously?
Oh my God, the queen is trapped.
There are no squares.
Oh, and there were no squares here. Literally, this move wins the queen. There was no square other than f5. And now the queen is trapped. And Nihal saw that.
Wow, what a tactic. I mean, it was like, it felt like the queen on d3 was so well placed. It had all the squares available, but nope. It was
black's best wrong. Unbelievable. How often do you see that? And it doesn't even look like white's that active. I mean, to trap the queen in the corner is one thing, but to trap it in the center when your pieces don't seem to be equipped for that is another. That's crazy. Okay, not quite over. A couple more accurate moves required, but here come white's knights.
Yeah, and look at those knights. They're just so pretty. And queen b7, and you're just creating so many threats over here, and you cannot defend all of them.
Goodbye. This is curtains, and I think black is just going to resign here. And that will mean a 5-point match. Things starting to get away here from Aronyak.
Yeah, it starts to roll a little bit to the wrong side for Aronyak. We move on to the next game. We don't see much. Okay, he's going for knight f3. He changes things up a bit, but okay, he goes again for c4. Back to his lines.
Back to his lines. I think he was just taking a couple of seconds to gather himself. Deep breath. I don't feel like he's one to tilt. He seems to be incredibly level-headed, but you know, Playing Nihal is one of the most tilting experiences. Regardless
Yeah,
of who it is.
absolutely. Yeah, he's been doing so well so far, but obviously, like the match is so long, it has so many games, so yeah, it's just clear that Nihal is just on another level. Even though Aronyak is like so strong and has so many good qualities as well.
Yeah, but at the end of the day, he just makes more mistakes, and Nihal's tactics have gotten progressively sharper as the match went on. You know, he was struggling a little bit in the first couple of games, even at the start of the 3-minute portion, but now it seems like he is fully in the zone.
Yeah, but White is doing pretty well over here. It's a bit difficult to see where Black's pieces are going, whereas White's pieces are almost all developed. And you might get hit by G4 soon, because after knight f4, you just take that. Black will get a lot of compensation for it, but I feel regardless of that, this knight on h5 is a bit misplaced.
Although one idea could be to take a page out of the King's Indian book and go rook f8 and f5. In fact, I think that Nihal could even get away with the immediate f5. f5. Yeah, because f5, he takes f5, you have an e4 with a fork. So maybe he can consider this.
Yeah, it looks really interesting. White is going for rook b1. I'm not sure what he's trying to do on that file. It's really nice to control the file with your rook, but it's another thing to actually see what the rook is going to be able to do there. So now Aronyak has to deal with f5, and as you pointed out, you cannot capture that pawn because of e4.
And now Nihal could even push that pawn to f4 and then start pushing his g pawn, and the queen could get trapped again. If you imagine a black bishop landing on g4, that's a classic queen trap. But how does Aronyak, you pointed it out, like, yes, you have the b file, congrats, but do you have any squares on it? The answer is no. That's a very frustrating experience.
Yeah, and he plays rook b3 now. I'm curious if he does that for the reason to put some more strength in the position on the third rank. But on the other hand, I'm not seeing what he is able to do with this move. Like, you cannot play g3. You can't do anything to like move those pieces on the king's side away. It's looking very rough here for White.
Knight c3 is what he settles for. I think he wants bishop e2 maybe. Like g5. G5, bishop e2, knight f6. Yeah, g5 looks very, very strong. I mean, black's queen is a little bit, a little bit nervous, but I don't see a way to attack it.
Exactly, and whatever you do, like if you move the pawn to g3, h3 falls, and everything will be fine for black. And the pieces are just like placed in such a way that you just can't do much against it.
Whoa, but the eval are not liking that choice, and it was precisely for this reason. Knight b5, and that's why you put the rook on b3. Now, if Nihal goes g4, I think White can trade and then just calmly move the queen away. And if we pull up the analysis board real fast, okay, after g4 takes, queen d3 takes, knight g4 would have resulted in checkmate were it not for the move rook h3. That is brilliant defensive thinking by Aronyak.
That is insane that he was able to think the entire line through like that.
And it's possible that he didn't see exactly how the rook on b3 would help, but he sensed it intuitively that he would need the services of the rook at some point.
Right.
And he's again got a pretty big advantage, as we can see. Can he convert it?
Yeah, and he might be able to get access to the square e6, and well, he goes there right away. But now I feel like it's less good because, well, he lost the pawn, and I don't really see the follow-up. He's going to try to stack the rooks on the b file and infiltrate somewhere along the 7th or 8th rank.
Yeah, but sacrificing the pawn, I think, was completely unnecessary. Now he's given Nihal something to fight for. And if black can consolidate and defend all of the weaknesses, hey, I mean, a pawn is a pawn. So not the best idea there, but White is still very much in charge, and Nihal dropping to below a minute on the clock.
Yeah, especially because the rook now on e6 is able to join the attack through g6 or h6 as soon as the knight moves. So not only did Aronyak sacrifice the pawn unnecessarily, it is also allowing black to put more pieces into the attack, creating more chances for black.
Yeah, knight g4 very much still in the equation as Nihal gets his king up to f7, using the monarch to defend some of these pieces. And it's not entirely clear how White infiltrates her. Bishop a5.
Okay, this is really creative, playing bishop d8 indeed.
Nihal says, nope.
You can still go for it.
Right, but that's a great move, attacking a7.
Yeah, I like that. It's a bit difficult to see what you can do with a light squared bishop. I think that is really like a piece that needs to be used for the defense. But yeah, h5 what a really nice move, because after knight g4, now you can take the h-pawn back.
Very good practical attempt, right? It's maybe not the best move according to the eval bar, but these positions are all about practical defensive chances. A trade, he does go bishop d8. Will he take on d6? Queen f2!
Oh, what a move!
Unbelievable. And he takes c4, takes d6. He's going to win the game again.
He sees those.
Believable.
Wow.
He saw that in a millisecond.
He saw that from miles away.
And there's a video in the highlight reel, the JCC highlight reel that we sometimes play during breaks. There's a video of Nihal sacrificing his queen in a very similar way, in an even more impressive way. So he is no stranger to these kinds of tactical ideas.
No doubt about that. And now, yeah, he's just dominating on the board, and that's why Aronyak resigns. 6-point lead now. It is very difficult for Aronyak to catch up at this point, but he's trying his best. He's putting up a great fight, but he is simply falling apart to those the tiny details, the tiny tactics that Nihal is just spotting.
Yeah, I would put it this way. I think positionally, Aronyak has been playing on a very high level, no worse than Nihal, but tactically, he's completely outmatched. Like calculationally, when you talk about tactical intuition or these types of little tactics, like you put it, 2-3 movers, it's not even close.
I agree with that, absolutely. And now we're in a very calm position, but I'm liking White's position. I mean, Black's pieces are only 8th rank.
Aronyak is tilting here. It's pretty clear, I think, in the way he played the opening. Nihal just has a great, Nihal's a great, he's managed to trade dark square bishops, which is his favorite thing to do. Again, leaving the king very weak.
Yes, like something that I really noticed in the games today is that we've seen a lot of knight versus bishop situations. In this position, we don't have that yet, but you never know what's going to happen. But I've seen it many times.
Queen a4, that is such a nice move, because if there's a trade, then White's knight attacks c5 and the bishop attacks b7, and Black's entire queen side just evaporates.
Yeah, that's really beautiful. And what do you do about this? Like, the queen is just overloaded at this point.
It's actually lost. Like, this is flat out lost. Maybe rook fd8. Maybe you can try rook fd8. But then I'm sure White has probably multiple
Queen
options.
a3?
Under fantastic move, attacking c5 and then knight a4. Ugh.
Yeah, there's too much happening for Black.
And I think
will he find it?
That. I think he will. Let's see. Queen a5 is worse, I think, because of b6. So
yeah,
Queen a3 is a very precise move.
It's taking some time. Yeah, it's a difficult move. It's a bit odd to play your queen back, and he does it. Queen a3.
He does. He is not missing a single opportunity. You can sense how much his confidence level has risen. A little bit of scuffling at the start of the match, but now he is the Nihal Sarin that we know. Knight a4.
Yeah, and yeah, you can also consider playing e4, e5 here, but it might be a bit too much considering some pawns will be hanging in the center. But there's definitely like a lot of tactical nuances in this position for White.
And Queen b2 is another possibility. It's also on the menu, creating the threat of a discovery and also attacking the b7 pawn. I think White is very much spoiled for choice at this point.
Yeah, and he's like back in the zone of like, okay, I have so many options to play, and he is just taking his time, making sure that he plays very precisely, and he goes knight a4, putting more pressure on that pawn on c5.
I feel like that's honestly the most straightforward move, because now he's won the exchange, no compensation,
F3.
he just blocks the queen, and now he should be able to win this quite straightforwardly. The wheels are coming off. He has blown open the doors here, as he will have a 6-point lead. sorry, a 7-point lead. Oh, after this game ends.
I was gonna suggest that you can maybe even consider taking on a7, just accepting the rook being hanging, and just take all the pawns on the queen side. But it's maybe a bit too much for no reason.
Nihal's greedy. Wait, but he is allowed knight f5. That was
knight g5. The bishop is trapped, and you can play g4 next move.
Why?
Oh, he goes for
he just takes all the pawns.
Right.
All of them.
That works
Queen
too.
b6, queen c5. Right.
Yeah, it's just falling apart.
Yeah, Black's queen just visited the barber shop and didn't have anything left. Ooh.
Okay, but now if you take queen takes f3, not over yet.
The rook is hanging. The rook was hanging. I thought he could have taken that too, but I guess this is also good.
Yeah. Okay, now the rook obviously on b1 is defended. Yeah, he's just a rook up, queen b2 check, or queen b3. Everything works as long as you don't blunder the rook.
Right, rook e1 on the next move. It's a check, so not a blunder.
Right.
And Aronyak will resign any second now. Queen e5 check, queen takes e5.
Yeah, what a clean win.
Wow. And that was just lost in 15 moves. I mean, once that bishop disappeared and Black's queen side came under attack, queen a4 was the game-winning move there.
Yeah, the ideas he had in mind, like he executed it so well. Like it's one thing to have the plan, but it's another thing to actually execute it in such a way that you're actually able to get an advantage from that. And he's able to do that so well. And it's super difficult for Aronyak to do anything about it.
And Smarter Chess is sitting pretty right about now. I guess he's making me eat my words. All of a sudden, it is 6.5, 1.5. In the 3-minute portion, the prediction was 8-2. So we are eerily close to that being the case. I think there's probably time for 2 more games, although this could be the last one. Yeah,
it kind of depends. We will have to see. But as we jump to the next game, we see that Nihal has a really nice and active position, but White does have a better pawn structure, and we have yet to see what both players are going to be continuing with, because, well, we see b3 now being played, trying to undermine the pawn structure a little bit. And what I'm worried about for White is that the pieces do not have many space.
No, they do not. And Nihal, look at this move, bishop e6. It's a move a lot of people wouldn't play on principle because it creates 2 pawns that are both isolated and doubled. But one of them could move up to c5, and the other one is well protected by the bishop. And like you said, White is super cramped. So the pawns don't tell the whole story here. Although I do like White's position, nonetheless.
Yeah, and now White is going to recapture that pawn on c4. And Black has to worry a little bit about the pawn structure as well. I mean, c6, a7, those pawns are a bit weak. So I can definitely see White taking over here.
But Nihal has something to say about that. Rook b8 to b5. The point is that if White captures on c4, I think after the trade, Black is going to have the possibility of lifting the rook to the king side and creating attacking chances against the White king.
Yeah, you could even consider sacrificing on h2, which is why Aronyak goes for g3, making sure that doesn't happen.
The problem with this move is that weakens the light square. So I would go queen d7 here and prepare for a potential queen h3.
Right.
Maybe.
That makes a lot of sense. And yeah, both players are having like some things going on in this game. White does have a lot of space over here, is able to make something happen on the queen side. But on the other hand, Black is going for the attack on the king side. I'm sorry. And okay, the light square bishops are traded now, though.
But simply queen f3. Oh, and I think Nihal might have underestimated this. I did as well. The point is just knight g4, you go queen back to g2. This is a classic defensive idea, getting the queen to the fianchettoed square to defend the h2 pawn. I feel like Nihal's attack will fizzle out essentially before it began, and he has another comeback to make in this game.
Right. And yeah, the pawn on c6 is simply hanging. White has an amazing center. And yeah, I think this will go to Aronyak.
And can he win a game in the 3-minute portion? That's going to be the question. This is a golden opportunity. The problem also for Nihal is that after White plays queen g2, he's also going to lose c6. He's going to be 2 pawns down, and white is just going to start rumbling up the board of that e-pawn.
Absolutely, and Nihal is spending quite some time over here because, yeah, he's trying to figure out what else can he do? What else does he have to offer in this position? Can he try to play maybe some h5, h4? He needs to figure something out, otherwise he's just going to be 2 pawns down, and that's going to be very difficult to recover from.
And this is why he's investing a ton of time here, because I'm literally looking at this and I'm at a loss. I don't know. I don't know what black can do here, because queen g2 is basically coming next regardless of what black does. And then c6 is going to fall. You can't defend that pawn either. He goes rook h5. Let's see what he can come up with.
Okay, he's trying to keep the queens on the board, which makes a lot of sense. As if the queens are off the board, it will be much easier for whites to play this position. But he sees queen a2. Wow.
Ooh, counterattacking the knight. So he's limited the loss to 1 pawn. But here come white's pawns or not. Let's see. e4 looks natural to me.
Yeah, it also opens up some space for that bishop. It looks a little awkward on d2, so it would make sense to go for e4, but is he scared of something? Knight g4?
I think he's also scared of weakening the pawns, which he shouldn't be. I feel like the pawns are very well protected, the d pawn by the rook, the e pawn by the queen, but he goes for a more measured approach, getting the rook into the game.
Yeah, I guess there's no rush, and if anything, he can play bishop e1 for the time being and make sure that all the pieces are not under attack and have a decent position.
But here, I think, comes black's rook. Maybe rook b5, rook b1 is an idea. He plays it.
Right.
And then
okay, he's just strengthening the rooks on the c file, and I think e4 now is the time.
Or rook c8.
Okay, that works too.
g6 probably. You have to create luft, otherwise you're going to get mated.
Right, okay, rook b8
nice
works
move.
too.
And what worries me is the fact that Nihal does have a passer. As long as you give Nihal any source of counterplay, he will make the most out of it. And that a pawn. Oh,
queen b7!
What a move! What a move!
That's so beautiful.
No, white is playing this super well, and this is very likely to be the last game of the match. Queen b1, though, even after a trade, I'm not convinced this is as easy as it may seem.
Yeah, what helps for white is still like the connected pawn structure. You're able to push those pawns together in harmony.
True, although black currently has them kind of blockaded, and you've got to be very careful. Knight e4, knight g5 could be a dangerous idea. So knight e4, probably h6 has to be thrown in, and then you drop back to g5. He goes h5. He wants to give the lobster pincer mate.
Ooh, and you gotta look out for those sacrifices, because knight g4, knight takes e3, or maybe even rook takes e3, and suddenly you have to be really, really careful with the king.
Incredible. Rook d8, he's obviously not trading any pieces.
Right. Queen h3. I mean, after knight g4, you have rook takes h5, so that is still holdable, but I would get really worried at this point.
Rook a in. Here comes Nihal's rook. He's turning this around again. It's happening again. He's winning. Rook b8.
You can't defend rook b1.
You can't stop it. Bishop b4. Rook takes b4. No way. He did that in like 2 moves. Are you kidding me? This is
crazy.
This is black magic by Nihal Sarin. Unbelievable. And Aronyak now is down to 3 seconds. He's going to lose the game. Rook takes b4. Goodbye.
Wow.
What did I just see?
Yeah, it's incredible. You give Nihal just this tiniest chance, and he takes it with both hands.
I mean, it's just uncanny. And like, I thought it would be the a pawn. No, white won the a pawn. Looks like it's over, right? No more counterplay. No, he finds a way. He gets his queen f3, his knight to e4. Looks like it'll be knight g5. No, it's not that. He gets his rook to the open file. The moment you stop one source of counterplay, he immediately comes up with another.
Right. And yeah, this should be easy to win now, because, well, the knight and the queen are just coordinating so well together. But have to be careful. Knight g1 is the win. Over knight c3 works too. And he's going to take all of those pawns and easily win the game.
And Aronyak resigns. And I don't know what to say. I simply do not know what to say. This is nuts. And Nihal is up 8 points in the blink of an eye, just like that.
Yeah, he was winning. He won the last couple of games in really good fashion. He just showed what he's like made of, and Aronyak is still trying his best. He's trying to put up such a good fight, but it's simply not enough. Nihal is just so much better. He's built different, and what do you do about that?
He breaks your will, and these long matches, right? You lose one winning position, okay, you move on. But when this happens 4 or 5 times, you lose confidence, you lose your mojo. And then every subsequent time you get into a good position, you're already thinking, this is happening again. Here we go again. So he attacks on all sides, including psychologically. That is why Nihal is so incredibly good. He's one of a kind. But we've got 30 minutes of bullet left. There is time to play 8 games, so don't go anywhere. If only because Nihal's bullet skills are something to behold. But Aronyak, he will not just curl up and die. He will try his best. So we will see if he can mount the miracle comeback. You're watching the Junior Speed Chess Championship presented by SIG. The players will take a short break, and we will be right back with the bullet on the other side of this break.
See you in a bit.
I love that move C5. He's just pushing that. Don't stop pushing.
Full chess, yeah. Look, he's got an escape square. There's no F4. There's nothing aggressive Black can do. Naroditsky, it's looking like he's out right here.
Oh, but take on F4. Oh, rook G8. Oh my goodness.
Rook B3 is coming.
Oh, is that king mate and rook G4 is mate?
It's checkmate. Oh my god.
No way.
It's literally forced mate.
Oh my gosh. And poor Min.
I can't believe that.
I've never felt so devastated for somebody.
Even Danya, his mouth is wide open. He can't believe that's forced mate.
Oh my gosh.
I'm actually in shock, Robert.
SIG is a global quantitative trading firm that uses strategic games like chess to improve their decision-making skills. From corporate chess teams to podcasts to blog posts to collegiate chess sponsorships, see how SIG employees bring their love of chess to work every day at sig.com/chess. Well, Nihal Sarin has brought his love of chess to this match, the inaugural match of the multiple-time winner of the JSCC, and he has fired on all cylinders. Anna Maya, this was a close match as we look at the Smarter Chess stats until the end of the 3-minute portion when Nihal blew open the doors on the building.
Absolutely, Daya. I'm really curious to see how both players are going to perform in the bullet portion of the match. We will be having 30 minutes of bullet game after game. So it's going to be very exciting to watch. Smarter Chess is predicting a score of 8.5 to 1.5 for Nihal in the bullet portion. But I'm curious to see if Aronyak is going to be able to snatch at least a couple of points to make the score even closer. Because once again, we are not just here to see who is going to win the match, but also what counts for the players is the amount of points they score in the match, as the prize is divided based on the percentage of wins and score, their actual score.
And the players also, of course, care about their rating. Nihal, he wants to sweep the bullet. He's not in the mood to give up, a couple of points to be nice. He wants to make a statement. This is the first match that he's playing, and he doesn't just want to sort of end with a whimper. He wants to end with a bang and, end with a 15-point lead.
Yeah, I can definitely imagine that. We haven't really seen crazy things happen in time trouble. We've seen a couple of blunders here and there, but nothing too decisive, nothing too crazy. Just like you can count them on one hand, like the amount of blunders we've seen in time trouble happening here. And if there were any blunders, they were mostly really high level blunders, not easy to punish, or not so straightforward as just a one move blunder like a checkmate or blundering a piece. We've only seen very few of those.
Yeah, this is so different in every way from like the Andrew Hong versus a Wonder Liang match, for example, which was insane, and every single game was, explosive with ridiculous openings. This has been quite a positional match, actually. Most of these games have started positionally. Aronyak, of course, is an English opening player, which kind of means that most of the games are getting into positional waters right out of the gates.
Right.
But Nihal is a Swiss Army knife. He can play anything.
Yeah, and as we are waiting for the games to start, the players are still getting ready. Let's have a look at the insights once again. That is provided by chess.com. You can check your insights yourself if you want on your chess.com account. But here we have the insights of the players. Here we, once again, Nihal with a crazy amount of games in Blitz, 17,000 games. And Diane, what is really remarkable here is the lack of losses by flag. Now, we are going to Bullet, so it's a little different, but it's still very noticeable and very notable as well that there's very little flags happening in both players' games, especially those of Aronyak.
That's really impressive, actually. 3% losses by flag. I mean, I don't think he lost on time in any of the games in this match. So I guess he just, he isn't as fast as Nihal, but when he gets into time pressure, he has a very good sense of that, and the bullet has kicked off. So let's strap ourselves in and see what happens. Nihal with the white pieces in game one and a London system. Boo.
I see you're also not a fan. I'm happy to join that site as well.
I'm glad.
But yeah, we're in a London system. It is what it is. But it looks like Aronyak has a really nice setup, nothing too crazy, and I kind of like the pawn structure he has on the king side, making sure that there's no attack happening whatsoever.
Yeah, those pawns are really compact and they're controlling a lot of the key squares, as you're saying. Now, Nihal has just played the move b4. The idea, of course, is to get, not knight d2 to b4, but knight b3 and knight c5. And now he attacks black spawns, and he might even drive this pawn up to a5 to prevent knight b6. Now we have a trade. Now
and now, the rook has to retreat, and a5 comes in. Otherwise, it's going to be really difficult to defend that pawn. And knight d8. I've seen too many games in this match where the pieces are retreated on the first rank.
Yeah, knight e5. Nihal continues to put pressure. He's already better, although it's not that clear cut. I mean, if black can capture and go knight d7, okay, black has a nice pawn on a4 that's defended by the knight, and he's up on time. Aronyak has played really, really quickly here, and he's got a pretty decent position, all things considered.
Yeah, I think what's hurting white the most is there's just nothing going on the king side, and preferably you would want to have attacks on two sides of the board, or at least in the center and on the side of the board. But here there's a lot of action going on the side of the board, on the queen side, but on the king side it's not so clear where the attack is. And now Aronyak is striking in the center.
Wow. He is outplaying Nihal in game one of the bullet. He's got a beautiful bishop on e5. He's got a great position. Rook d8, preparing d4, but he's allowed knight f3, and Nihal is holding on, centralizing his knight, and all of a sudden white is stabilized just like that. And here we go again.
Yeah, and now there's a lot of pressure on the pawn on d5, but Aronyak is not caring about it. He goes knight c4, putting pressure on the rook, and he takes away the knights from the board, and now we see a very cool position, in my opinion.
Yeah, this should be a draw. And for some reason, the players like to start every segment with a draw. This is mirroring what happened in the 3-minute. But in a bullet, it's a lot less likely that a drawn position ends in a draw, because with low time, by definition, you have a lot more uncertainty, a lot more chances for blunders. Nihal with 13 seconds. And will he trade queens? He probably will. Yeah.
This time he will.
Draw. This time it's going to be a draw.
Yeah. Rook d1.
That's a funny move. Forcing the rook.
Winning style points.
Right. Just don't blunder the rook. Oh,
I think he has plenty of time to not blunder rook, but I can imagine a mouse flip happening here. It's anything can happen. Okay.
d4 again. Nihal is the one playing.
Challenging black.
Okay, draw.
Okay, they repeated the moves.
The first game is in the books, and okay, a great game by Aronyak. He was playing quickly, confidently, and this is how he needs to play in the bullet.
Yeah, and now we're in the modern defense. We haven't seen this actually very often because Aronyak mostly goes with c4, but now he's refraining from c4 and he plays something else.
Yeah, he plays a weird kind of, I mean, they've actually transposed into an e4 opening, believe it or not. This is the first time, of course, in the match. And it's a perk.
Yeah, absolutely. And with h5, black is stopping any sort of g4 attacks. Now, you can still consider playing g4 at one point, but it is less clear when you're actually able to do this because there's so many pieces looking right at that square. So now we see Nihal going bishop c4, offering the trade.
There's
and
G4
now he goes for it, and f4, what a move.
Great move, attacking the knight and essentially forcing a trade. Now, bishop e2, queen e2, and white is ready to blast through the king side with h5. Oh, this looks really overwhelming. Can Aronyak... Now knight takes e4, though. I don't like f5. Oh, apparently
it's also opening up knight e5.
No, but now this is too timid. Too timid. Queen f6.
Yeah, it's a bit unclear, honestly. Like, it looks like your attack is still going, but yeah, queen f6 does stop things quite a bit. Yeah, I feel like black's pieces are so actively placed that bishop g7 you can consider playing. But okay, queen f7 is a big threat. So
And
queen
he
8 makes a lot of
prevented
sense.
But now Aronyak plays h5, but it's a little bit late. I mean, I think if he played it with his rook on h1, it would have been a lot more effective. He's attacking down the wrong file. The f file is not the right pathway because all of the squares on it are well protected by black's pieces.
Right, and would you say that the 10-second difference in this time format would make a big difference?
You mean the 10-second difference of the time, like Nihal having less time?
Yeah,
as he blunders in exchange? Well, as you asked that question, he just blundered in exchange. So Aronyak is doing what he has to do. Yeah, he's getting Nihal low on the clock now for 2 games in a row. And this one, he has to win. He has to win this one. But what's the move? Because Nihal has a
it's not so clear. Yeah, those pawns are really crazy.
No. And again, he's doing the same thing every time. He's playing these incredibly passive moves rather than going rook e1 and winning the e-pawn.
Queen takes a7, maybe bring the queen
Then
into the attack.
G2? I thought G2 was
Queen takes
try.
e7, there we go. But how? Okay, the knight is pinned, but where is the win here? I don't really see queen e7 check, taking e4.
Oh, yeah, take e4. Oh, man, I thought Nihal should have gone king f5, and it looks like white's going to take this one.
Right.
We're still not over. Nihal still has that pawn on g3, but he's taking everything.
Yeah, and even if you sacrifice the rook for that pawn, I mean, you have 3 pawns on the side. It's not gonna be easier, and gonna be really difficult actually to make something out of this. But okay, rook e1, and the bishop drops.
And knight e2. Okay, that's game over.
Okay, he's still trying for some tricks here.
Yeah, and milking the clock.
Absolutely.
And okay, takes in bishop d4. Wait.
Ooh,
this is not the
way
best
too close.
g5, g4, but Aronyak getting his king onto the king side just in time. This is completely winning. He's going to push his pawns. Wow.
Yeah. I think Aronyak made it a bit like closer than it should have been, but this is obviously still winning.
Very impressive, and Aronyak wins the second game.
Yeah.
Okay, and if it can keep this up, let me put it this way: there is enough time to play 7 more games. There's time to play more than 7 games, but Nihal is going to have something to say about that.
Yeah, and not just that, it's one thing playing against Nihal, but overall just having to win all of those games to be able to catch up, it's a miracle should happen to make that happen.
And Black has already messed up a little bit here, allowing. Well, actually, no. I thought this was bad for Black, allowing the damaging bishop takes f6, but now all of a sudden Aronyak again, he's got his pawn to f5, gotten the knight out of e4, and look at his pieces and look at how well coordinated they are. Wait a minute, knight g4. This is a terrible move by Nihal. Whoa, knight takes e3 is coming with bishop c5. Black is just
everything is going on.
Whoa, Nihal needs to step up his game here.
Yeah, and like, what do you do here? I mean, the bishop is sniping on the diagonal towards g2. You don't really have a good move here. Like, if you move the king, you'll lose the g2 pawn as well. So I'm guessing, well, actually, yeah, if you take on e3, you just step into bishop c5.
I mean, he didn't see anything better than that, but this is totally resignable. Knight f1, there's even rook d2. Rook d2 here is a sick move. Oh my
god.
And I think he's going to find it. He realizes that there is no rush to take the queen, and he finds it.
Wow. What
this is how
rook d2.
Where was this in the 3-minute portion?
And look at the time situation as well. I mean, Aronyak is just crushing it in bullet.
And he wins another one. And it's a 6-point game. And that lead is still overwhelming. Wait, this is how he should have played from the very beginning.
Yeah, and like he's getting closer to 3,000 as well. It's really incredible to see him play like this.
I'm honestly very impressed with his speed. Like, I did not think that he would be this fast. But he
definitely stepped up in this portion of the match.
H5, attacking Nihal's pawn chain, but giving up that very important dark squared bishop.
Right. Seems like he doesn't mind it so much as long as he has an attack going. He's putting a lot of pressure.
Great move. Now 93 and 95, maybe.
Maybe even bishop d4. Oh, he goes for the trade on c3.
Okay. King f8. I would throw an f6 maybe with now. See, I would have thrown an f6 just so that now the king is so safe. But the pawn on b6 is weak.
Yeah, and queen b2, pinning the knight.
Oh, rook
okay, rook e5. Nice move.
Rook e1 maybe.
Yeah. And that seems to cause a lot of problems, but he goes for a5 instead, and after b5 you take, and you win the pawn, but rook takes d5. There's a lot going on here.
Yeah, b5, he plays it, and he goes for that line. A takes b5, bishop b5, rook d5. He'll follow exactly what you said. Or will black take on f5, But then you've got to keep an eye on this passer on a5.
Yeah, exactly. I think that's the problem. If you take on d5, we will trade queens and bishop c4. Like, it's going to be difficult to defend against this pawn on a5. It will go forward so quickly.
Nihal trying to mate him. G4, queen h4, and g3, I think. Oh,
wow, what a sacrifice, and sniping on that diagonal.
But I think if White just brings the rook back, then he's going to have this massive passer on a5. I don't like this. Again, I feel like Nihal is going in the wrong direction here. He's trying to give checkmate, but he could get checkmated himself. Oh, g3.
Yeah, this is crazy. Queen h3.
Wait, rookie one.
Yeah, rook e1 is just crushing it because as long as the rook is pinned, but now rook e2.
Rook f2, and then forcing the rook trade, and White is completely winning. Rook a1.
Wow.
No, rook e1. No, rook e2. He blundered me.
Ouch! And you don't have anything to defend anymore.
And the move rook f2 instead, he had to win in like 5 different ways. Just go rook e1 and trade the rooks. Unbelievable.
Yeah, that hurts a lot. Rook e2 was there. But with the rook on f1, he was still able to defend. And he goes down. That was a very costly point because if he would have won that game, I think, Diane, there was still some hopes to catch up.
There were definitely hopes. And he was one move away. He just had to go rook f1 to e1. The same idea as the previous move, but he had just that hallucination. Now he blunders the pawn out of the opening. I feel like that tiny spark is about to be extinguished.
Yeah, now he's just simply collapsing, and that's a very costly pawn. He has still some sort of counterplay in this position. Like, there's still something going on. He's definitely playing for something, but it's going to be much easier for Nihal right now.
Yeah, I mean, that once he got his feet under him, he got the win. And now I think b4 and Aronyak is just tilting this one away completely. Rook takes d4, I guess, but it's just an exchange down.
Yeah, this is too much.
Okay,
yeah,
one of the
not so fast. Not so
fast. Just when we were administering the last rites, he wins the exchange back. Now it's equal again.
Yeah, and he's completely fine.
He is totally fine. Uncharacteristic blunders by Nihal. You don't usually see him sort of making those kinds of blunders, but I think he's putting pressure on himself to play quickly. Aronyak is playing with lightning speed. He's got over 50 seconds, which is
it's absolutely crazy. Both players are playing super quickly.
Again, Black has the upper hand here.
Yeah.
Attacking the knight.
Yeah, and like what I like about Aronyak's position is that his pawn is advanced more than Nihal's, and this could mean the tiniest difference. It could make a difference.
Yes, and he's going for this position, aiming to sacrifice a bishop after g3. He wants to take on g3 and get 3 pawns for the piece. It's a typical idea.
Yeah, and White doesn't really have nice discovery attacks, and he is allowing the sacrifice to happen. Now this is really dangerous. Knight g4.
This looks terrible for White. Terrible. And Aronyak is on his way to winning this one again. Let's see. Queen h3, but can he find the knockout blow? This is what he struggled with all match long.
h6, very quiet move, but the engine is still very happy about that. I was hoping that maybe there was something involving rook c2, but rook c3 seems the accurate move here.
He's tearing White apart here, threatening. What is he threatening exactly? Where is the win? Check, check, repeating once.
There's no rook takes d3 really. Like, you can follow it up with knight f2, but you're still a piece down for a few pawns, obviously.
Maybe just bring the rook back to c4 and try to lift it to h4 at some point. He takes.
He goes for it.
No, but now it's a draw. And he just takes the draw.
Oh.
He could
try to go for knight f2.
He has to. I mean, and
he has to. Yeah.
Good job by Aronyak there. Brave, but at the same time, he's got nothing to lose. He's down 6. You got to win basically every game.
Yeah, and the thing in this position is that White only has 2 pawns, whereas Black has so many pawns that you can just push them forward. But I like what Nihal is doing here, trying to put the knight in such a nice spot as it could be on e5. Queen d5 was a really nice touch to make sure that after knight e5, the knight is defended. But Queen f4, there's a queen trade.
Whoa, he's going to lose. What is he doing? He's going to lose a4.
Knight b6, and you just take the pawn.
Wait,
the pawns, they're running.
Black's pawns are running, but can Black stop the white pawn on a4, or can Black promote first? Man.
King G2, then you still need to take care of the H pawn as well.
H3.
He goes
King
H3
King
first,
H3.
F3.
King G3. King G3. He stops the pawns. It's over.
And you just stop it. King F2. And the king is too far away.
Wow.
Ooh, H3 was a bit too early.
How many lost positions has Nihal won in this match? It's unbelievable. And this happens every match.
Yeah, to be fair, in the previous game, both players were surviving back and forth. The first it was Nihal just crushing it in the opening, and then Aronyak was able to survive that and even come back in the game. But yeah, in general, Nihal is the one surviving the most, and he's able to clutch those positions really well.
Yeah, and I mean, this kind of reminds me of his SCC match last year against Alexander Grisher, which had a similar kind of feel to it. It wasn't a blowout, or actually, no, I think it was a blowout. And Nihal was doing the same thing. He was getting these hopeless-looking positions and just turning them around and winning all of them. He wasn't even drawing them; he was winning them. So he is known for this, and that's what makes him such a feared opponent.
Absolutely. And now we're back into a very normal, silent, quiet position. And with the knight on d4, I mean, you have a lot of opportunities, but it's not doing much there. It's just very nicely placed.
Yeah, in fact, both knights, the knights are kind of canceling each other out. Ooh.
Ooh, gotta be careful.
Oh, he missed it. He
missed it.
Wow. Nihal blundering a rug and resigning. And Aronyak's going to gain some rating from this match.
Yeah, I'm telling you, we might see a 3,000 rating by the end of the match.
And it's a 7-point match. Now, it doesn't look realistically like there's enough time at this point for any realistic chances. But let's not forget, there's plenty of prize money that is split based on the point totals. So a lot is still on the line.
Absolutely. And we are in 1b3. Aliban's favorite opening.
Yep, and it's been resurrected recently. Ooh, knight d3 there looks really good. Ooh. Okay, now he's got the two bishops. Aronyak playing quickly and confidently. I feel like he's playing the best chess of the match right now.
I agree, and it's so epic to see this happen in Bullet. Like, out of all the time controls, Bullet is where he's shining. It's really nice to see. But in this position, what is going on with Nihal's position? You can't really play e4.
Black had a cool tactic.
Knight takes e3?
Yep, exactly. But now he's going to win Nihal's knight. He's going to win this game too.
Wow.
Unreal. And crushing win right out of the opening with the black pieces. He's going to win a piece.
Yeah. Yeah, this is absolutely crazy. And yeah, what I find incredible is that Aronyak is barely spending time. He's able to get in such a nice, good position with so much time left, like in the bullet section.
Where was this in the 3-minute section? Where was the speed, this tactical accuracy? I feel like once he realized that he had nothing to lose, like he came out like the real Aronyak Ghosh came out, whereas earlier he sensed the importance of winning those games, and that got him nervous, and that caused mistakes. Not to take anything away from Nihal's fantastic play, of course.
Absolutely, yeah. There is a lot of pressure, obviously, from the start. And as soon as you realize, okay, the match is pretty much over, you just play whatever you feel comfortable with. And we have famously heard that if you literally don't care, you most likely have a better performance.
And he's better again. He's just outplaying him, Bishop c6. Both players have over a minute on the clock. Aronyak playing a London and getting control of the C file.
Yeah.
Pretty equal at this point.
Okay, he's refusing the trade, but now he's forced to anyways. He was hoping to get some more attack going on a d6 pawn while keeping an eye on the c file, but now the black queen is extremely active.
Yeah, the black queen has gotten in white's grill. There is queen... Okay, no, I thought there might have been queen c8. He goes knight c4. This is bad, though, because h5. Wait, but Nihal gives up the d6 pawn.
So sure, because the d6 pawn is falling, and suddenly it's not so clear. I'm not seeing what black can do here.
h5 was not the right move. Knight e5 is coming with queen c8 to follow. White is winning again.
Wow.
Queen c8. Queen c8 and like queen e8. I mean, just hunting for all the pawns.
Yeah, and then knight on d5 is a little misplaced because it has nowhere to go to put pressure on white's position.
And queen e8 is very accurate because if black pushes the f1, the knight still goes to f7 with the idea of giving mate on h8. I think Aronyak is about to win this game as well. Knight f7, knight f7.
Ooh, what do you move?
Queen h8, knight e5.
Knight e5.
F4 and king h2.
Wow.
Unbelievable.
Oh, that would be so beautiful.
Okay, Nihal gives up the knight, but obviously
Queen takes h5. Oh, queen c8 works too. Queen c1 is the threat.
No idea why I didn't take that pawn. And Nihal resigns.
It's still good enough for resignation. Yeah.
If there was a little bit more time left, we'd be talking about comeback chances. But with 8 minutes to go, I don't know if there's enough time for 5 games.
Seeing the pace of the games, though, Aronyak barely spending time, I'm like, I would say I give a 1% chance.
Yeah, the fact that it's not 0 is pretty crazy.
Yeah, that's exactly my point. Yeah.
Right. Okay.
Okay, so queen b6. Now there's no c5 because you just trade queens if that happens.
Yeah, that's a great point. It looks like a fork, but yeah. Okay, so we do have a queen trade in e5 by running. Good position again out of the opening.
Yeah, if you have such a position from the opening with the black pieces, I would certainly be happy until that blunder.
Whoops, giving up c6, and now he's
okay. Bishop c5, still trying to complicate a position, but the bishop on a2 is offended, so no harm there for white.
Yeah, he's just a pawn down for no comp, and now here comes Nihal's knight into c7. The bishop onto g4, and he's getting really active.
Exactly. And yeah, the bishop is just very well placed on the diagonal. White's bishop, that is. And that's why black wants to trade that bishop off.
Rook e3. Yep.
Yeah, this is not looking good for Aronyak.
Not at all. More active pieces, up a pawn. Should be a pretty straightforward win. Nihal has been playing very fast as well, but not as accurately. Not as accurately.
Yeah. Those knights in the center are so annoying. The knight on d5 super well placed, and now it has to leave, but it takes another pawn with him.
This has been a wire-to-wire victory for Nihal as Aronyak resigns. Wants to get more games in, which is totally reasonable.
Indeed, and you see the score 60.5, 10.5. I feel like Aronyak is really putting up a great fight, making the score pretty close. I remember from the Smarter Chess prediction, it was about 24-5. Which is really devastating to have as a score. So seeing the score that is right now, it's safe to say that Aronyak really stepped up for this match and showed what he's truly capable of.
And the bullet prediction was 8.5, 1.5. He's literally winning the bullet is Aronyak. So yeah, no, he can hold his head up high. You know, he qualified with an epic overtime win in the first JSCC qualifier. And, you know, I think he was determined to make this count. He knew that he didn't have too many chances against Nihal as he can win the game with b4 knight c6.
Ooh.
But he is absolutely making the most of it. Oh, f6. Okay, nice move.
F6 is a nice counter move. Do you still want to take on c5 or do you want to retreat? I would say take and play c6.
Take and play c6, I agree. And then bishop e5 and just get the bishop versus knight position with the bishop on the long diagonal.
Right. And you're also able to take that pawn on e5. Probably 95.
Yeah, Nihal has to win this pawn ASAP, and he does.
Yeah, queen g4. I was going to say maybe move the queen along the diagonal to play bishop h4.
Oh, bishop h4. What an idea. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, it's
coming
crazy.
at him from all sides.
Yeah, and you also have to be careful with bishop takes e5, potentially threatening to take on g7.
Exactly. Wow.
That's so simple.
I don't see a satisfactory defense. Now e4.
Oh.
Get the rook off of d5. And the bishop e5, rook c6, and Nihal is hanging on for the time being.
Yeah, but I don't feel comfortable with this position. c7, knight c4 is a really good
move.
Trading that. Wow.
Sacking the exchange, and I'm not sure about that. He's banking on his c7 pawn and his bishop, but Nihal sacrifices it back. Very nice, wise decision in a bullet game.
Exactly. Rook c3 defending that pawn. Now gotta be careful that there's nothing gonna happen on the back rank, and he pushes the h pawn all the way forward. And yeah, it looks like, I mean, I was going to say the position looks balanced, but it feels like black is the one pushing here with that passed pawn on c4.
Exactly. Queen back to f3. No, Nihal is poking and prodding, and and he loses
Rook
h5.
f7, rook f2?
It goes rook b7. I thought queen d1 check and queen takes h5 check
Oh, right.
would have been a good start. But he's going to infiltrate with his rook. I think he's going to win this game. Queen d5.
Wow.
Yeah.
Rook b2 attacking the pawn on f2. It's the same type of idea. If king g1, rook takes f2, and you are able to take the rook back.
Exactly.
Same idea.
Over. Queen takes c3,
Wow.
queen endgame, queen e5, c3. Or queen takes c4, you can just take all the pawns.
You can take all the pawns. Right.
Yeah. We had a game like this where Nihal had this exact construction, this king on h7, protected by like a queen from e4.
Okay, the Eva was just jumping up and down. Not entirely sure why, but Engine is not happy with this position.
Yeah, no, it's not. Queen takes g3, okay, but now Nihal's gonna win. Queen d3 for some reason. The problem is if Nihal promotes here, there's a perpetual.
Right, he's trying to prevent that. And now
he does.
c1 queen.
Good stuff here by Nihal to win this game. And he's gonna easily escape the checks with 2 queens on the board. Resignation.
Good game by Nihal.
Yeah, and it's back to a 7-point lead with probably 2 more games left to be played in the bullet in this match.
Yeah, exactly. And we're back to the London system. Yeah, it's been going all right so far with the London system, but Aronyak has been able to get some nice positions out of this.
Yeah. And he likes these quiet, solid positions. He needs to play solid. He likes to have no weaknesses. I mean, who doesn't? But
right,
you know, he kind of deviated from his English opening in the later stage of the blitz. But knight a4 could be really unpleasant here because you can't go rook b1. Now there's all these weaknesses on the queen side.
Yeah, and a5 coming in soon, pinching that knight, going to go back further. Okay, it goes there voluntarily, but it has something in mind, I'm pretty sure. Maybe
exactly.
f6, e5?
Knight f6.
Okay, the knight goes to e4.
Wait,
but
f5
not a bishop.
loses the bishop. Oh, he got his bishop trapped.
Wow.
Oh my gosh, that's unbelievable.
I knew all of this when I say f6.
I actually didn't realize again that Nihal was white. I made the same mistake I made yesterday. Because Aronyak was the one playing the London previously, so but
True.
Of course it's Nihal. It's only Nihal who can win a bishop like this in a much worse position when he was worse the entire game.
Yeah, absolutely. And we're back. Okay, we don't really have the same London position, but the structure is very similar. But okay, this time there's a lot of action going on. Oh, wow.
Ooh, what is going on here? But the players are playing in a tremendously complex position really, really quickly. But it feels like Aronyak is winning like out of the opening because he's got this massive attack on f7. Knight is coming into d5.
Yeah, and this rook on the h file is just sniping over there as well. H6, G6 is gonna happen anytime soon.
For
there
sure.
we go.
Knight d5. Ooh!
Rook h8!
Ooh. And Nihal
And
resigns.
resignation. Wow.
And
Really
This will
impressive.
be the last game. As Aronyak just won that one in like 30 seconds.
Yeah, it's incredible. And yeah, I'm really happy to see that Aronyak was able to put up such a great fight in this portion of the match. Yeah, I'm really curious to see how he will do next time.
Yeah, he's obviously going to be getting stronger. He, I think, has a couple of GM norms. And I think if he sharpens up his tactics a little bit, you know, if he's able to convert some of those positions, he will be he will be unstoppable. This would have been almost an even match if Aronyak had exploited some of those chances. So
yeah, but here
very,
queen
very bright
b3
future.
and bishop takes c5, knight f7.
Ooh, it's a fork. And then will the queen get trapped?
queen?
Bishop, I don't think it gets trapped. I don't think it does.
Bishop b6, queen 7. Yeah, there's too few pieces to attack that queen, and the queen is just able to escape to b4 or a3, but it looks a bit scary, I have to say.
It certainly does. And bishop b5, he blundered another exchange and he's going to resign. And that's going to be all she wrote. It's going to be an 8-point win at the end of the match. The same score as when we were entering the bullet. And Amaya, a very admirable effort by Aronyak all throughout the match, especially in the bullet. He can hold his head up high. He wasn't playing just anybody, he was playing Nihal.
Absolutely, Daya. It was such an exciting match. We saw so many different nuances. We saw so many tactics. We saw a lot of positional play as well. And in such short time controls, that's just really beautiful to see because we don't get to see that as much. I feel like both players had a fantastic performance. Nihal maybe not according to what the expectations were, but that's for the simple reason that Aronyak was able to put up such a great fight. And both players, I feel like, were not missing a lot of chances, which is really admirable indeed.
And yeah, we're going to have Nihal for an interview. I'm sure he's going to be disappointed in some of his games. He has very high standards for himself, but he might also be saving his best for the subsequent rounds. And this was good enough. He had a lot of great moments, especially in the 5-minute portion, in the 3-minute portion, and we will ask him all about it. So do not go anywhere. We will go on a short break. When we come back, we'll have Nihal Sarin here for a quick interview, and then we will make some concluding thoughts. Another fun match is in the books. Short break followed by an interview. You're watching the Junior Speed Chess Championship presented by SIG. Back with an interview with Nihal Sarin on the other side of this break.
Want to play chess online or learn how to improve? Join us at the #1 chess destination in the world, chess.com. With hundreds of thousands of people playing at any moment, you'll quickly find a game with someone at your level, whether you're a total beginner or a grandmaster. You can play games at any pace against friends, other members, or one of our many computer personalities. Chess.com makes improving fun and easy. Sharpen your game with tactics puzzles and enhance your strategy with our videos and lessons by top masters. Learn from your own games with Chess.com's easy-to-use analysis tool. Regardless of your skill level, Chess.com has all you need to take your game to the next level. Chess.com is your go-to source for chess news, live coverage of tournaments, events, and everything in between. Experience Chess.com anytime and anywhere, whether you're at home on your computer or on the go with our mobile apps. Signing up is free and easy, so what are you waiting for? Join Chess.com today.
Welcome back to the Junior Speed Chess Championship presented by SIG. Nihal Sarin has won convincingly. Nihal, congratulations. Thank you for joining us for an interview. First of all, can you walk us through the match overall? And especially, can you tell us at what point in the match you felt that things started to get away from your opponent?
Yeah, thank you. The match was quite good. It's definitely closer than the score says. And yeah, I think things started going wrong for him after the last game before the first break of 3+1, where I won this long end game with queen and knight versus queen and some pawns. He was just much better, and then he blundered the bishop. Yeah, after that, I think I got so many wins, and I was up by 8 going to bullet, and then it was, although he played extremely well in the bullet, I guess somehow I got back, and yeah, it was, I always had a pretty good lead, so it was not so good.
Yeah, so congratulations first of all, Nihal, very great performance. So how is the preparation for this match exactly? Like, do you prepare specifically? Do you have certain openings, or do you just go with what you usually play in the shorter time controls?
I just okay, I'll play a tournament tomorrow over the boat. So I'm in Spain right now. So yeah, I do not really prepare much, or I do not really prepare at all. I just played my usual stuff, and yeah, just try to switch around and see where I'll be most comfortable.
Makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, and Nihal, after the first break of the 5-minute portion, we felt that you sped up a lot. The first couple of games, you were taking your time. After that, you played a lot faster, especially in the opening. Was this a conscious choice based on how the match was going, or was this just something that happened based on the games themselves?
Yeah, I think it just happened. Like, okay, generally, I'm a very slow starter, and usually as the match goes longer, then I start to adapt a bit better. So I guess it happened just like that.
Yeah, I think you did a great job at it. I have one more question for you. Recently, you've been playing more classical tournaments as the board chess is resuming again. So do you feel any differences, like compared to classical chess, when you play in those shorter time controls in online chess? Do you feel more nervous, or do you feel any differences? Let us know what is exactly like happening during such a match.
No, actually, I feel much less nervous playing online. It's just so much more casual. So I'm just much more relaxed online. All good.
Okay, very interesting. Thank you for that.
That's good to hear. Last question for you, Nihal, before we let you go. Rest for your tournament. You're playing Christopher Yu in the next round. Do you have any experience playing Christopher? And if so, what are your thoughts about the upcoming match?
Yeah, I've never played Christopher actually. I mean, I played only one game, I think, but I've never played him over the board, or especially I've never played him on chess.com, I think, at least recently. And yeah, he's very strong for sure. I've been watching his, like, he was very impressive in the last Junior Speeches Championship, and also his match against Prague was very impressive. So it's definitely going to be very tough, but I'll just try my best and see what happens.
Thank you, Nihal.
Amazing.
We appreciate the insight, and thank you for joining us. We'll let you go rest. Good luck in the tournament that starts tomorrow. Congratulations.
Good luck.
Thank you. Thank you. See you.
Thanks. All right. Well, and Amaya, another match in the books. Nihal, pretty convincing overall. He's going to look back on this match, identify his mistakes, and he's playing Christopher Yu, who's an absolute beast. He'll have to step up his game, but I think he's prepared to do that.
Absolutely. He's one of the top players in this shorter time controls. He is doing absolutely great job. And as you said, he is feeling pretty relaxed. He doesn't feel as nervous as, one might be in while playing in such short time controls, because a lot of things are happening and he's so composed, just like he is in his games.
Yeah, he's incredibly calm. He's so hard to bring down or to tilt. Like, he'll lose a game, he'll blunder, and then he'll come right back and he'll crush the next game. So he's one of the hardest opponents to face, and he has won the JSCC before, so he understands what it takes. He's broken the seal, and for that reason, he's just not quite as nervous. And he is just a nightmare opponent. Christopher Yu will have his work cut out for him, as will the other players who have made it to the semifinals. But we are not done with the quarterfinals just yet. We have a couple more very exciting matches, Anamai. The next one coming your way on Sunday, April 24th at 7 a.m. Pacific time. This coming Sunday, it will be Hans Niemann against Velimir Ivic, two incredibly exciting young grandmasters. Anamaya, how excited are you for that match?
I'm very excited for this one. We all know Hans has been playing so well in recent years, not just online, also in overboard tournaments. So I'm very looking forward to this match. I'm not familiar with Velimir Ivic as much, but I'm really looking forward to see how he's going to be able to play and put up a great fight against Hans.
Me too. It's, Hans definitely the more familiar player for most people in the chat. But Ivic had a great showing in the last World Cup. So he is going to do his very best. And of course, the Rapid Chess Championship coming up this weekend, as well as per usual with a $650,000 prize fund. You do not want to miss the Saturday Swiss and the Sunday Knockout. Sunday is going to be chock full of action with the RCC match, with the RCC Knockout, and of course the JSCC match. But with that, Anamaya, it was a pleasure commentating with you today. Once again, I apologize to everybody for missing the first couple of games. An error that hopefully will not happen again the rest of the year. I get one of these every 1.5 years, hopefully.
It's okay, Daya. It was likewise a pleasure commentating with you. I was very glad to see you back saving the stream. But nonetheless, it's okay. We were able to still continue the show. And I was very happy to have you back, that for sure. So thank you so much, Daya. And thank you so much to the producer, Matt, also helping us out a lot. And thank you so much, everyone at home in the chat for watching us. And thank you so much to chess.com and obviously the sponsor, SIG, for hosting this amazing event.
Thank you all. And now for everybody in the chat, our producer, Matt, Anamaya Kazarian, Daniel Naditsky saying goodbye from the Junior Speed Chess Championship presented by SIG. We will see you on Sunday for the next match. Goodbye.
See you.